I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. There's Trustee Nelson, who is zooming in from London. So the time is 6:01. Trustee Duncan will open us in prayer, and Trustee Horton will lead us in the pledges this evening.
Please stand and join me for prayer. Holy Spirit, fill this room. Give peace, understanding, and knowledge to all willing to receive it. Hold us accountable, Lord, for every word spoken, every decision made on behalf of this great district. Lord, I lift up the families affected by the tragic flooding in the Texas Hill Country, especially those in our district who are grieving. Please continue to bless these families and their loved ones as they overcome such incredible sorrow. Lord, as we prepare for another school year, I ask a special blessing over our teachers, administrators, staff, families, and students. Guide and guard us as we move forward into a new and brighter direction. Let all things good play a part in our next steps. We ask this in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, ladies. Okay, moving on to our human resources, item 2, which is to name the principal for Reeves Elementary. Dr. Landry?
Thank you, Madam President. It is my pleasure tonight to be able to introduce you to a candidate who has been with us since 2000 and has worked as a teacher, worked in our instructional areas and an assistant principal at 2 different campuses, and has given quality and stellar work at every stop along the way. We are very confident that she's going to do a fantastic job. So it is my privilege tonight to recommend Linda Brashler as the principal for Reeves Elementary.
Thank you, Dr. Landry. Do we have any discussion? All right, seeing none, do I have a motion to accept as presented Linda Brashler as the new principal at Reeves Elementary?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
So, Mays and Horton, thank you very much. All in favor, show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a delay. A vote. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Okay, she can't hear. Hold on.
I don't think.
Can you see?
She can't see
I don't know where
that.
the
There's not a camera.
She can't see on this. I'm trying. I'm improvising.
Okay, she can now.
Okay, good. All right, we're voting for principal for Reeves, Linda Brasher. Okay, there we go, 7-0. Thank you very much. Now that I've provided comic relief. All right. And that means that the motion carries. Congratulations.
Good evening, President Ottenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Landry. It is with great gratitude and great pride that I accept the recommendation to serve as the next principal of OA Reeves Elementary School. Thank you for this incredible honor and privilege of leading such a vibrant, successful school community. I want to take a moment and express my sincere thanks to the many remarkable leaders I've had the opportunity to learn from throughout the 25 years I've had in CISD. Their belief in me and commitment to my growth have shaped me into the leader that I am today. In particular, I would like to thank Dr. Shelley Winkler, Ms. Lisa Garrison, and Dr. Tara Vandermark for their unwavering trust, encouragement, and support. Your belief in my leadership means more than words can express. I am also incredibly grateful to Dr. Edith Upshaw for her mentorship and thoughtful guidance throughout the years. I've had the privilege of serving as assistant principal under two exceptional leaders in our district, Karen Jones and Tammy Eldridge. Their leadership, wisdom, and friendship have left a lasting impression on me. Tammy, it has been an absolute pleasure to work alongside you. Thank you for your support, your example, and for really just making every day at school such a joy. I'm grateful to my family for always being my foundation, to my parents who are here tonight. Your constant love and encouragement have carried me throughout every step of my leadership path. To the dedicated staff of Reeves Elementary, your commitment to our students and families is inspiring. Your hard work has built a tradition of excellence, and I am committed to supporting, encouraging, and leading in a way that ensures that tradition not only continues but grows even stronger. I know we will do great things together. And to the families and community members of Reeves, your partnership is invaluable. I believe it is our duty and responsibility to provide every child with the help and support they need to achieve their greatest potential. I am deeply committed to working in partnership with you to ensure every child thrives, both academically and socially. And to the amazing Reeves students, finally, our Reeves Bees, I cannot wait to meet each and every one of you. I'm so excited to join the school and be part of your journey. Thank you again for this privilege and opportunity. I'm ready, I'm honored, and I'm ready to be a Reeves Bee. Thank you so much.
All right. On to item 2B, name principal for Mitchell Intermediate. Again, Dr. Landry.
Thank you, Madam President. Once again, it's my privilege to be able to recommend a familiar face. This candidate has been a stellar performer in Conroe ISD, but at Mitchell in particular, and he's been there in several roles and comes tremendously, highly recommended by Dr. Klepesky and others, and so it's my privilege to be able to recommend to you Jeremy Williams to be the principal of Mitchell Intermediate.
All right. Is there any discussion? All those in favor show by the uplift of hand. Oh, sorry, motion. I was looking for Ms. Nelson.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Now, all those in favor? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the vote carries unanimously, 7-0. Congratulations.
Good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Landry. I will begin by saying how grateful I am for your trust and belief in me to be named as the next principal of Mitchell Intermediate School. My journey in education and in Conroe ISD began 20 years ago when Dr. Sarah Sanders and Dr. Jeff Stickler took a chance on hiring a banker to teach 7th grade math at Moorhead Junior High. I'm so thankful for that beginning. I've had the opportunity in CISD to work at Moorhead Junior High, Colson Tough Elementary, and Mitchell Intermediate School. I've served most of my time at Mitchell Intermediate as a math teacher as well as an assistant principal. I have enjoyed being a part of the Mitchell community, getting to know the many families and their children, as well as being part of a staff that is truly committed to their passion, profession, and purpose. I have to thank many who have helped me along my leadership journey, but first and foremost, thank you to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for the ability to pursue my calling in education. Thank you to Dr. Paula Klepesky for your mentorship, your belief in me, and your genuine passion for helping every Mustang succeed to their greatest potential. Your dedication and excellence in leadership has positively impacted the staff, students, and families of the Mitchell community for nearly 3 decades. Thank you to my current administrative and counseling team, Chelsea Lester, Paige Pryor, Terry Rasco, and Ashley Rupp for your continuous encouragement and for making our school such a special place to be every day. Thank you to the Mitchell staff for your overwhelming support and to the many other administrators who have been a special part of my leadership journey. Thank you to my wife, Stephanie, for being my best friend beside me every day, constantly believing in me and encouraging me to reach for the stars and fulfill my purpose. To my children, Brooke and Zachary, who are former Mitchell Mustangs, you are my why and make me so proud of the young adults that you have become. To my father and parents and those family members who are not able to be here tonight but are watching online, thank you for your love and support over the years and for teaching me the values of hard work and dedication. I am beyond blessed for Dr. Klepeski to pass the torch for me to carry on and to lead Mitchell Intermediate School. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to continue to serve Conroe ISD and the Mitchell community as the next principal. Once a Mitchell Mustang, always a Mitchell Mustang. Thank you.
Now, on to more good stuff, special recognition. Item 3, Ambassador Awards. This one happens to be for Transportation Department employees. Mr. McCord, is that?
Presenting the Ambassador Awards tonight for Transportation honorees is Maria Gomez Johnson, Assistant Director of Transportation.
President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Landry. It is my pleasure to present 2024-2025 Transportation Ambassador Award recipients. First, we've got Greta Grauman from our Conroe Center. Greta has been key part of the Conroe team since 2013. Currently, she is an operations supervisor at the Conroe Transportation Center. She excels under pressure, leads through investigations, and is our go-to for IT support and detailed documentation.
Right here.
Next, we have Usman Khan, Conroe Transportation Center. Usman is one of our special needs bus drivers at the Conroe Transportation Center. He drives Route 1211 and goes above and beyond with a cheerful attitude, always ready to help and make new employees feel welcome. He truly cares for his students and puts them first every day. Next, we have Miss Marilyn Singleton, Conroe Center. Miss Marilyn is also one of our special needs bus drivers at our Conroe Transportation Center. She drives Route 1209, and she brings positivity to every shift. Her warm smile and genuine care for her students and coworkers make her a joy to work with. Next, we have Francisco Longoria, also from the Conroe Transportation Center. Mr. Francisco is also one of our bus drivers that works out of our Conroe Transportation Center. He drives Route 1073, and earlier this past school year, he acted quickly and calmly during a medical emergency at a bus stop, ensuring the safety and comfort of both the student and other students on board. Next, we have Miss April Mann. Miss April Mann is also a bus driver at our Conroe Transportation Center. April drove Route 1057 and handled a medical emergency with incredible composure, getting help for a student in need while keeping everyone safe and reassured. Next, we have Ms. Pamela Thomas from our Caney Creek Transportation Center. Ms. Pamela is a standout member at the Caney Creek Transportation Center. She is currently one of our operations specialists there and has been with Conroe ISD since August of 2006.
Wow.
She is known for her reliability, dedication, and positive attitude. She consistently goes the extra mile to uplift everyone around her. Then the next three employees that we have are currently not here with us. I'm going to go ahead and present who they are. Maria Bazan, she drives out of our Caney Creek Transportation Center, and she drives Route 2039. She is a true team player, one of our mentors. She mentors new drivers. She maintains our grounds in all weathers. She builds strong bonds with the students and the parents on her route. And she is truly an attentive and caring driver. Then we have Dwayne Jackson. He drives out of our Woodlands Transportation Center. He's one of our special needs driver. He drives Route 3222 and has made an impressive start in this year, showing dedication, eagerness to learn, and willingness to support his peers while creating a positive team spirit. And last but not least, we have Ms. Kira Downing. She drives out of our Oak Ridge Transportation Center. She drives Route 4019 and stands out for her reliability, perfect attendance, and willingness to go the extra mile. She leads with compassion and professionalism, especially with students who need that extra support. Thank you.
Well, hold on, Trustee Dawson is going to say something, and then we'll do that.
Comment. Okay. Can we give our transportation staff one more round of applause? You guys are awesome. Seriously. I don't know too many positions that you guys have the routine and the different times you have to be available. It's a very unique position, one that's very underappreciated, I would say. We focus a lot on academic outcomes and getting everyone there on time, but who is the one that gets them there on time with all the crazy traffic and the rain and everything that happens in Conroe ISD? So thank you guys so much for what you do. You are seen and valued, and we're excited for another year ahead. So thank you again.
So awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for what you do. Thank you for the attention you were able to do in that critical time. Thank you, too. Thank you for your dedication to the district and all the years that you have served. We appreciate it. And thank you for the job that you do with those special needs students. We appreciate it. They really are an unsung hero in our district, and we appreciate them greatly. On to special recognition ambassador awards for our administration building employees. Dr. Landry.
Yes, Madam President, we have several departments we're going to recognize. We'll start with finance with our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Karen Garza.
All right. Well, good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Landry. It is my pleasure to be here to introduce our first recipient from the administration building, Ms. Gina Diamond. With 23 years of dedicated service in Conroe ISD Payroll Department, Gina has led consistently exemplified commitment, excellence, and a desire for learning. Her career progression through 3 different positions within the payroll department reflects not only her deep knowledge, but also her unwavering drive to grow and contribute in a meaningful way. Over the past year, Gina has played a vital role in mentoring and training new employees both within the payroll department and across the district. Her expertise, calm patience, and consistently positive attitude have made her an invaluable resource and a pillar of support for her colleagues. Gina's contributions have been instrumental in the continued success and strength of our department, and she is truly deserving of this recognition. Our next recipient is Doug Holland. It is an honor to recommend Doug Holland from Technology Services for his work and dedication over the last 23 years. Doug leads our security and access control team and is passionate about ensuring the security of our facilities. Doug's team is responsible for, among other things, the countless badge readers and security cameras across the district. Focused on excellence and sustainability, Doug leads his team with the safety of students, staff, and community members in mind. We thank Doug for his dedication to both Conroe ISD and to the important work that he does. Congratulations.
President Odenweiler, members of the board, and Dr. Landry, I am representing the Teaching and Learning Department, and we're here to recognize 2 individuals of our administrative assistant staff. Our first recognition is Jessica Garza. Jessica exemplifies dedication, consistently going beyond her core responsibilities by proactively identifying challenges and implementing solutions before they arise. Her outstanding communication skills and great attention to detail ensure operations run smoothly, while her positive attitude exemplifies and readiness to support colleagues across the department make her invaluable to our team. She truly embodies the collaborative spirit deserving of this recognition. Jessica is a true treasure, always ready to lend a hand to everyone. She's capable, knowledgeable, and trustworthy. And someone wanted me to say this. In her interview, she had said, if there's 1,000 things we need to do, then there's 1,000 things we need to do. And that is a mantra that she embodies with not only our science department, but now working with Tally Jo in our CTE department. She stands as a prime example of an ambassador dedicated to the greater good, always helpful and incredibly kind. Thank you, Jessica. Our next recipient is Jolia Wiskowski. We are truly inspired by Jolia's remarkable attention to detail. She also embodies this essence of being the Conroe ISD Ambassador Award recipient. She's passionate, she's committed, and she is proactively involved. Her role in fostering meaningful connections with all our teachers and advancing our district goals is vital. She exemplifies the spirit of collaboration, leadership, and it propels CISD to success. She is genuinely friendly and ready to assist those in need, and she has been an instrumental component to our ELA team the last few years. Right now, we have our Bluebonnet Camp going on, and you have made that wonderfully successful. Thank you, Jolia.
Thank you, Dr. Upshaw. We didn't introduce you when you came up, and I wanted to say thank you very much for what you do as well.
Thank you.
On behalf of the board, I just want to thank you guys. We talk a lot about what happens in campuses, but great things happen in our central office, and our ambassador awards are really the people that stand out the most. So thank you for what you do day in and day out. Everything that they said just really stands out. So we're lucky to have you. Thank you.
All right, we'll give those folks a few minutes if those that are ready to go out and get photos for what's happened. You're welcome to be dismissed if you'd like to. You don't need to sit here. You can go get dinner and celebrate.
What you got, friend? You got it? Okay.
All right, moving on to public participation. During this portion of the meeting, patrons who have signed up in advance may address the board in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, and Board Policy BED. For comments regarding an issue on tonight's posted agenda, the board will defer its discussion of the issue until the item is reached on the agenda. For comments related to an issue that is not on the board's posted agenda, the board cannot deliberate or make a decision relating to that issue. We also ask that speakers address their comments to the board, not the audience. If any speaker's comments are regarding a complaint, the board directs you to its policies regarding complaints, which can be found on the district's website. If your purpose in addressing the board is to seek a remedy for your complaint, the board cannot discuss or respond to your concern until you have met the requirements of the appropriate district policy. The board wants to hear what all speakers have to say, and the board requests that the audience treat all speakers, regardless of their message, with respect. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When the countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. Ms. Spurlock, please call the first person.
Benjamin Fuentes. Benjamin Fuentes. Susan Haji.
Good evening, board members. I'm Susan Haji. I'm from Woodlands Transportation, and I've come up to thank you all for the, I believe 6% we're getting, so thank you. But I have a small caveat to that. That's not really going to cover basically our medical health insurance. And it needs to be said, everybody here that can do anything to help at this point, because in 2 months' time, because summer's almost over, we've also lost another 4 or 5, at least from my station, due to retirement, leaving. I don't know if this puts us in a real good place compared to 8 or 9 other districts around us that are starting pay at 23, because we're nowhere near there at the moment. I don't feel that it's this board's fault. I don't feel that it's the superintendent's. This is a long 30-year problem. I remember graduating in 1989 from McCullough High School. It's no longer a high school. And my first career job, trust me, was not, hey, I want to go work in transportation or be a teacher. My older sister's a teacher for Conroe 9th grade, right here, whichever way it is. So I don't take away from anybody's teachers. I know that there's a handful of you all that used to teach too. Teachers got a nice big bump 2 years ago and another one this year. Our transportation people are being left in the dark and have been for years, and we need to do something about it. There's tons of us. I mean, we're struggling to pay for food. I don't know how else to put it. I'm not trying to be blunt or anything, but I mean, there's a big disconnect in the fact that I work the same hours that a teacher does, 182 calendar years or days or whatever it is, But at the end of the day, I'm in charge of safety by myself in a box, a rat box, with about 60 students at any given time. Somebody needs to remember that you guys as teachers have co-teachers and help and everybody there at your discretion. I have nobody. I thank you all very much for what's been done so far. Thank you.
Norma Keene.
Sorry. Before I begin my official speech, I would like to start with the Bible verse.
Sorry.
You're good.
That was just a test.
Okay.
Just to lighten the moment.
Okay. I'll start with the Bible verse. Let each of you look not only to his own interests, but also the interests of others. Philippians 2:4. Good evening, board members. My name is Norma Keene, and I am a student at the Academy of Science and Health Professions. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask that CISD revises its cell phone policy, board policy FNC, to reflect compassion, flexibility, and real-world student needs. I'm not asking for unrestricted phone use, just fair, clearly defined obsessions that account for student safety, academics, and communication. My mother has serious health issues and is often hospitalized. Not being able to check in with her during the day creates stress and fear. I have also had classes without any availability of Chromebooks, like German, where I have needed my phone to complete assignments, check Canvas, or respond to school emails. According to Texas Education Code 31.004, students must be allowed to use personal devices to access instructional materials if those materials are online or loaded onto the device. Many of our classes rely on digital platforms. Blocking phones entirely interferes with learning. Texas Education Code 25.904 also protects the use of calculator apps unless the districts provide ones at no cost. Academic use is legally supported. During the June board meeting, a trustee noted that the House Bill 1481 says that we may confiscate phones. It does not say we must. Another board member said that we are open to changing to will to may to give schools flexibility, and that's all I'm asking for. I have filed a formal complaint and stated a petition signed by over 3,000 students, parents, and the community members. While I understand only the Texas legislature or court can relieve full relief, I still believe CISD can choose compassion now. I respectfully propose safety and emergency exceptions, academic use when school tech is available, teachers' discretion, communication for clubs and extracurricular, and a student advisory panel to review policies. This isn't about removing rules, it's about building trust, supporting learning, and preparing us for the real life. Thank you for your time.
Jacquees Holloway. Jacquees Holloway. Aggie Gambino.
Good evening. Hello, everybody. Okay, so 2 years ago in July, I sat in this boardroom waiting for a decision on the settlement of our due process case. That meeting marked the official end of what had been a very difficult season for our family. And while we won the case, I left with a question that I couldn't shake. Why did it have to get this far? I'm not here to revisit the hardship of that experience. Instead, I want to share what has come from it, because I truly believe that God placed something on my heart through all of it. I felt a deep conviction that no family should have to go through what we did just to get the support their child needs. And since that time, one thing just has resurfaced over and over again for me. Our district needs a structured, parent-led, special education organization where families can turn to for information, guidance, and connection. While our SPED team does offer parent education and resources, there's still a gap between what the department offers and what families are experiencing every day at their campuses. So I reached out to Trustee Nicole May after she was elected to share an idea that I had. My idea is to create a parent-led committee similar to the SHAC that would partner with the district to improve special education experiences. Through my research, I learned about something called the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, CPAC. I knew right away this is exactly what I'd been searching for. This committee is a parent-led organization and would be open to all CISD families of current students receiving services. It serves as a bridge between families and the district's special education department. The goal is to work together to identify what's working, where are the gaps, and how we can partner together to close those gaps. I've spent the past several months taking steps to bring this vision to life. and with the support of Trustee May and others, I'm proud to be leading the effort to launch the CISD Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, with our goal of holding our first meeting as early as September 2025. Our family's most difficult season came with a clear purpose: to create something better for others, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to transform that experience into lasting support for CISD. Thank you.
Brianna Moeller.
Hello. Some of y'all may remember me from my last speech where I commented on the flaws within miscellaneous instructional policies, teaching about controversial issues, which seems to still be underneath consideration for change. Can any of y'all tell me what systemic discrimination ideologies are? I bet you cannot, because I asked you this question last time I was here, a month ago, where I said that the lack of a definition makes the interpretations of this policy too loose, and a definition is still missing. Given I only have these 2 minutes, I urge you to recall what I said about how dangerously vague Section 3 of certain instructional requirements and prohibitions is, but because that doesn't seem to have been very persuasive to y'all, I'll use these 2 minutes for something else. What you're doing by barring controversial issues is setting students behind. The youngest generation, Gen Alpha, is the most illiterate children have been in over a century. Yet they're still projected to have the highest graduation rates. Do you wonder why that is? It's because school districts are making curriculums easier and banning discussions of ideas that have any connection to systemic discrimination ideologies, which I'm interpreting using context clues because there's no definition, and critical race theory does just that, restricting learning concepts that, quoted from your SEL section, conflict with district policy and are inconsistent with the district's educational goals is so nebulous and broad that teachers may be too scared to teach topics that could be considered inconsistent. This is hard to determine based on your vague policy. Students will be closed off from controversies that exist in the real world. Controversial issues are controversial precisely because opposing ideas exist, each with their own justifications. But by limiting discussions of this, students won't learn to justify their ideas. They won't have to because they won't have anything to clash them against. I've said this last time too, most of the books y'all have banned are on AP exams. Most of the cold reads will require students to think in ways y'all are prohibiting. And when they exit the CISD school system, they will be hit with a reality you are not preparing them for. As educators, it is your burden to set students up for success, but telling them what to think instead of teaching them how is crippling them. Yes, the literacy crisis is a problem that extends into homes, but schools banning books that they don't agree with and limiting ideas that may require too much thinking certainly does not help. Recall my last speech and mull over this one. If this isn't enough for you to consider changing this policy or adding a definition, I'll leave you with a closing thought. I read Fahrenheit 451 and I came out just fine. Thank you.
Diane Daniels.
Hello, good evening. There have been many, many successes that I've witnessed in this room that are a tribute to Conroe ISD, where all the sports, the wrestling, the musical, and it's a testament to how good the quality we have of students in this district. What I'd like to mention is that we need the best of the best, and maybe some of the best of the best are homeschooled and should be allowed to participate in the school programs that are sports related. If you feel that that's going to take a spot from a student that is in the seat with Conroe ISD, comes to the building all the time, well, those are the challenges of life. You don't always get. You get the best of the best. And because the standard of excellence has been so high at Conroe ISD, I would think that you too would want the best of the best, whether the child walks through the door or not. I haven't had the opportunity to read everything about the bill that was passed. I do know my biggest question is a lot of districts have opted out. I'd like to know the percentage of districts in the state of Texas that have opted out and why. And I understand that we may get other students from other districts based on the vagity of the bill. I still think it needs to be considered that the homeschool students need to be allowed to at least try out. And if they happen to bump somebody else, that person has a lesson to learn. They need to try harder. You don't always get what you want. You might have to try a different venue. But I do hope that you're open-minded to realizing that the homeschool students deserve the opportunity. Those tax dollars do go to the school. They do have the opportunity, and some of them might be the best of the best and a tribute to the success that Conroe ISD has in the sports. Thank you.
Susan Scruggs.
Good evening, school board and Dr. Landry. Tonight I wanted to talk a little bit about something that have talked about prior, and that's the NIH study that was conducted and published in October of 2023 called Screen Time and its Health Consequences in Children and Adolescents. The guideline for this study was the World Health Organization research that determined children begin having physical and mental problems when screen time exceeds 2 hours a day. Now, to go back to the NIH study and the results of that study and the issues that they found with screen time were cardiovascular disease, obesity leading to diabetes, headaches, mental health issues, including depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, ADHD, and behavior issues. Further, it was discovered that the children internalize many of these symptoms because they don't know how to describe them or deal with them. The NIH study also found that for every hour of screen time added to the children over the 2 hours a day, it showed an increase in depression. And depression has different levels, which you probably already know, but there's length of time, depression, types of depression, etc. Other findings of the NIH study were developmental delays, increased parent-child relationship issues, sleep issues, eyesight issues, musculoskeletal pains in the neck and the back, and in some cases it caused scoliosis. I'm asking you to please look at this information, which I will email you, if you are considering or looking into expanding virtual teaching and virtual classes at Conroe ISD. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Samaya Parachuri.
As Rihanna has already mentioned, the Teaching About Controversial Issues policy lacks numerous definitions and framework that necessitates proper and unbiased implementation, but that's most likely intentional. In addition to systemic discrimination ideologies, social emotional learning also remains undefined and vague. Without sufficient explanation, the board, administrators, or other staff can interpret functionally anything to ban discussions of any issues they dislike or disagree with, which is probably what will end up happening. In the same section of the policy, you specify that one of the district's goals is to teach conflict resolution techniques, but you allow the prohibition of topics that can teach those skills. Whenever I had to discuss the effects of colonization in Africa for my English class after reading a book about it, and someone had a differing opinion than mine, we were able to logically reason out our agreements and resolve our differences. Banning any SEL concepts, especially when there's no bounds for what social emotional learning concepts are, is counterproductive to your own district educational goals. The district cherry picks what counts as controversial and divisive issues and what doesn't. Trustee positions are nonpartisan, but this board has turned education into a political pawn, playing with the lives and education of youth and the next generation. Nearly everyone in the graduating class of the Woodlands High School speech and debate team are going to top colleges such as Dartmouth, Boston University, and Claremont McKenna, which is because of the critical thinking skills debate taught them that CISD now refuses to. Instead of focusing on the issues numerous students have brought up over the past year at board meetings, y'all have done nothing. At the start of the year, my friend and I asked for more mental wellness measures to be implemented in schools, specifying the Woodlands High School, where so many students struggle with mental health issues and are further harmed by the lack of support at school. In May, students asked for menstrual products to be placed in school bathrooms. Over the past 2 years, students have testified against nonsensical book bans. There's so many more issues I could list, but I think my point is clear. When students gain the community leadership, perseverance, kindness, determination, and responsibility skills you claim to be district educational goals, you ignore them in favor of pushing a personal agenda and leave your students feeling abandoned. By passing policies that limit educators and students from performing to the best of their ability, you are directly contributing to the deterioration of education systems across the country. Thank you.
Lisa Hernandez.
Good evening. So I want to talk about the book bans. You're banning Perks of Being a Wallflower, a book about trauma, love, and growing up. Yes, it mentions substance abuse, queerness, and sexual assault because that's real life. Kids relate to it because it's honest. Without books like this, you leave students wondering if they're broken and if they're doing life wrong. You also ban I Am Not Your Perfect Mexican Daughter. That book is about identity. I'm Mexican. I need stories like this to know that what I feel isn't too much. It is real. When you ban it, you tell students like me that I don't belong here. You banned Speak, a book about sexual assault. That is one of my favorite books. Do you know how many girls in the United States are affected by it? 1 in 5 girls will be sexually assaulted before the age of 18. That means girls in our district, and you're telling them that their pain is inappropriate. That's not protection, that's silencing. And not all boys are blue. That is a book about being black and queer. And you know what? We have black queer kids in our schools. You're not protecting anybody by banning it. You're pushing them deeper into isolation. The Trevor Project reports LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their straight peers. And you're banning the very books that tell them they matter. You banned The Handmaid's Tale because it felt too close to reality. Maybe it should. Maybe it's time we do ask questions. You assign Greek tragedies Shakespeare's bloody murders, but when it comes to race, gender, queerness, or trauma in our lives, suddenly it's too mature. Then you wonder why stigma exists in our world. It is shameful that I have to come here during my summertime and beg for representation. It's not political, it's a human necessity. We don't need protection from these stories, we need to see ourselves in them. And by banning these kinds of books, you're not setting up kids for the real world. You're putting them in this bubble. Thank you.
I will call those that were absent. Benjamin Fuentes. Jaquez Holloway.
Thank you all very much. Moving on to agenda item number 5, consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
I'd like to pull.
Was that Horton? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Duncan Horton. Oh,
Can you hear me?
yes.
I'd like to pull the development plan from consent agenda.
The Professional Development Clearinghouse?
Yes.
Okay, and have discussion on it following consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so to accept the consent
And
agenda.
I'm sorry, did we pull something too from the consent agenda as well? Something else was pulled?
No, not from this agenda, maybe from a draft.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I know we have a lag, so I apologize. Okay, so then that means you would like to pull the item F, the Professional Development Clearinghouse from the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda items as listed other than item F, and we will discuss it following this?
So moved.
All right. And Horton, do you still second that?
Yes, second.
Okay. So all those in favor of all of the consent agenda items, with the exception of item F, please show by the uplift of hands. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, the motion carries 7-0. And Dr. Landry, would you like to address that issue at this time, or do you want to put it under administration?
Under administration, please.
Okay. Just help me remember when we get to that to add it. All right. So moving on to.
Can I just make one quick comment?
Yes.
I just wanted to give kudos to CFO Karen Garza for working out this natural gas supply utilities contract that is going in the long term to save us money and improve efficiency. That's what we've been asking for, and I just want to thank you for making that happen.
Dr. Landry, do you want it as the first item or the last item? Professional Development Clearinghouse item? First, okay. All right. So now we will be at agenda item 6, administration. We're going to skip A and now go to the professional development F of the clearinghouse. Are you with me on that, Ms. Nelson?
Oh, we're going to do that now?
Yes, now.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just had a question about the professional development clearinghouse plan that we are approving in consent agenda. With the federal funding that has been frozen, I had some questions and concerns about this program. And I think I'm still waiting on some clarification as to which grants are associated or affiliated with particular items that we have. And I think, but I don't know, and I haven't received any clarification. So my concern is, the federal government stopped paying for, stop funding specific grants and for DEI reasons. And my concern is, is how are we ensuring as a district that, these processes or these elements of DEI are not going to be in these programs going forward if in fact the federal government did suspect it in their processes, which is why they removed the funding.
Are you referring to the different sessions that could be used for professional development trainings, and some of them have in the past contained, items that have now been legislated or federally pulled out, prohibited?
Yes, and if in fact this particular group, the professional development, has any of the specific, I believe it's Title II grants, which have been frozen. So I just want to make sure that we are in compliance and not in violation and has any sort of DEI in it. And without it being connected to the grant, I just wanted to make sure that we're prepared and that we are, that there's no DEI in it. So I just wanted to see what processes are put in place to make sure that we will not be in violation.
I think Dr. Landry's going to address that.
I would have to check, but I don't believe that this item is funded through the Title II grants. Dr. Upshaw, that is not. It is not.
That is correct.
Yep.
That this is more about our required staff development that we have to do through Vector Solutions. So it's a separate item. So this would be something that Mr. McCord can answer, not Title II related.
Okay, and also on that, I did check on your question from earlier, Trustee Nelson, that they did make sure the vector trainings were updated and corrected from last year that you found and brought to the attention. So, Mr. McCord, did you want to address something?
Just broadly, I would say we're required to have this clearinghouse approved each year by the Board of Trustees, as is all Texas school districts. We have Vector Solutions is our vendor that does this. I can't speak specifically to any grant. We use Vector Solutions because it covers everything that we're required to according to Texas Senate Bill 1267, as well as the Board of Trustees, your policy. We did have an item in a sexual harassment module last year that had a one-sentence reference loosely to DEI. We removed that in early summer 2024, so it was removed. So the training for 2024, 2025, and 2025, 2026, that was gone. We reverted to the 2020 module, as did many other school districts across Texas. So we do this, and this just covers training that new teachers, experienced teachers, administrators, bus drivers, all of us have to do each year. So it's part of Vector Solutions, and they've been a good partner with us. So I believe that particular module, not speaking to grants, it was removed. In fact, I know it was removed because I removed it.
So is Vector Solutions customizable by the district?
Yes. Okay. So what we do, it has a lot of different modules in it, but we choose the ones that we're required to do by law. We require, and I will tell you, and I thought if this got pulled out, it's worthy of mentioning, it's a lot. But there's a lot of information to be gleaned from going through the modules, and some of you up here have done vector solutions, formerly known as safe schools. But I will tell you, a special shout out goes to new teachers, because they have a lot more modules to do, because they have to do full modules. And I tell you why I'm here is a special shout out goes to new coaches who do all the new trainings, the trainings that were required, and all their CLP and CDL to drive a bus. So when you become a teacher, it's a lot, and your head's spinning. But we come forward each year with this because we're required to by law. It's served us well. And I would tell you also, we work with Fidelity, and a special shout out goes to Ethan Barton, because we want to make sure that all the trainings are there. And I would never want someone to come before you with a level 3 hearing and say they were not exposed or had the opportunity or were required to do a required training that could have impacted something in a hearing. So there's a lot there. Kudos to everyone who does it. It's a lot, but it's good.
Trustee Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. McCord. I do look forward to just seeing, where the federal funding is allocated to when we get that information. Appreciate you.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Are you good moving forward at this point? Do we have any other discussion? Okay, so do I have a motion to accept this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Duncan and Dawson. All right, in favor, show by the uplift of hands, please. All right, the motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much for that, Trustee Nelson. All right. Now,
My
moving
pleasure.
back to actually technically, agenda item 6A, receive update regarding the 2024-2025 DIP or District Improvement Plan goals. Ms. Garza, are you going to start us off on this one? Thank you for that.
Good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Landry. It is my pleasure, along with Dr. Upshaw, to provide you with what we believe is our last update for the District Improvement Plan for 25-26. This evening, we're going to be talking through some performance objectives related to Goal 2, school leadership and fiscal responsibility, and then Goal 5, effective instruction. So a couple things I'd highlight on performance objective number 1 under school leadership and fiscal responsibility, which is to develop a district-wide system to evaluate effective utilization and allocation of financial resources. A couple things here I'd like to highlight. We did achieve a superior rating on the first report from TEA. That is the state's tool that they use to measure financial management practices for districts across the state of Texas. We did receive this rating for the 22nd consecutive year. It's the highest rating that you can receive. Through the first report, we have continued to receive recognition from the Comptroller's Office for transparency. We were the first school district in the state of Texas to receive all 4 stars that school districts are able to receive through that program. And then in working with our county tax office and the Comptroller's Office, we were able to recognize that error in the hold harmless calculation that resulted in significant additional funding for the district, which was critical in helping us get out of our deficit budget situation, in addition to the monies that we received through House Bill 2. We are providing positions as needed. This was a challenging year in terms of allocations. It's always challenging when it's a legislative year because we don't know what funding is going to look like. So our priority is always making sure campuses are staffed with the people they need to take care of the students that are coming, and then we work through the rest of the district staffing as needed. And then, of course, technology. Bond 2023 projects are well underway, providing technology to our staff, both at the campus and the district level. And then building awareness to all our stakeholders about how school finance works in the state of Texas. We've had multiple board workshops, not only for you, the Board of Trustees, but also for our community to stay engaged in how school finance works. We've worked with various organizations throughout the county, including LMC and then our CISD Realtor course. These organizations include a broad range of people that have a vested interest in our kids across the district and our success as a district and the county. So those are things that we have done to kind of share information and get the community engaged in those discussions about school finance. So I'll pass it over to Dr. Upshaw to talk about Goal 5.
Upshaw.
President Oldweller, members of the board, and Dr. Landry. I'm here to talk to you about our Goal 5, effective instruction, and particularly the Performance Objective 1. So in this performance objective, there are 5 strategies that go along with it, and the main performance objective talks about offering professional learning to address practices for our best practices and skills for our teachers from grades from pre-K all the way through 12th grade. So the 5 strategies that I'll be highlighting are strategies that are early childhood, our professional learning framework, which is a comprehensive listing of offerings that we offer our teachers in Conroe Independent District, fine arts goals, our PE goals, and our languages other than English, which, we like acronyms in education, which we call LOTE. So the first objective is one thing that's specific about early childhood teachers, meaning pre-K teachers, is they're required to have job-embedded professional learning. So as a teacher, when you receive your certification, you have to have 150 hours to continue that certification every 5 years. But specifically for early childhood teachers in pre-K, half of those hours, which is 75 hours, have to be coaches, like you have to have coaching. So we have in here particularly an instructional coach or instructional coaches provide that training for our teachers. So we have 85 pre-K teachers in our district, and 47 of them have completed that 5-year goal. Please know that it depends when they were hired, so that's pretty good, half of them. And 98% of them have met and exceeded their professional goal for this year, which is great because we pace them out through the progress. We send them updates because you can imagine 5 years goes by really fast. You just heard Mr. McCord talk to you about new teachers get a lot of training, and 84% of them have met or exceeded their one-on-one coaching goal for this school year. So we're very proud of the efforts in our early childhood department led by Amy Wilson. The next 2 strategies, one of them is the job-embedded professional learning to address TEKS for grade levels and content area. So the difference in plan, right? Trustee Nelson had questions about the clearinghouse publishing framework that Mr. McCord just talked to you about, and our comprehensive professional learning plan. We call that the PLF. We offer over 1,000 opportunities in-house for our teachers. We're very proud of that because you can imagine having to leave work, get a sub, so on and so forth, or even sometimes pay fees to be able to have training. We're able to do that for our teachers. And the way that we monitor that performance in this strategy is we conduct across grade levels, we conduct the training, and we also check if they're implementing it. We conduct surveys and we help that. So we're doing really well in that area. We also, strategy number 3, provide enrichment activities for well-rounded students, right? We are very blessed to have an amazing fine arts department led by Dr. Bob Horton, and we have received many accolades throughout the years, and he provides these job-embedded professional learning for our teachers. So imagine being the brand new orchestra teacher or the brand new art teacher with pre-K students, or music teacher that had your student teaching in a different grade levels, but now I'm at intermediate. He provides that job embedding coaching that are particular in that field for those teachers, and we're doing well in that area. 80 sessions of the anticipated 101 sessions at this time that we reviewed this had been conducted, which is such a great opportunity that we do for our teachers. Strategy number 4 talks about physical education across our athletic coaches and just our teachers in general. They also have TEKS. PE teachers have TEKS, and the TEKS are not just about, let's get out there and learn rules of the game. They learn how to eat woe and go food, is the way they call it. But what's good for you and not good for you, how to brush your teeth, how to be healthy. And so we want to make sure that we give attention to those teachers and the TEKS that they have to teach. One of the areas that we actually identified in this particular department was to have curriculum guides and curriculum maps for intermediate and junior high PE teachers. This was something that came from a great recommendation from our SHAC committee, and we're glad to say that we have continued to do that and did a great job. And feedback has continued to be to improve the quality professional development that PE teachers get. One thing that is really great about Conroe ISD is that outside districts want to come to our Champ Camp every summer, and we're like, well, we have to take care of Conroe ISD teachers first. So we continue to perform well in this area, and that's led by Wade Haymark, our PE and health coordinator. And the last strategy happens to be the languages other than English. We are very blessed in Conroe Independent School District to have over 75 languages that we serve. It's a lot of languages and a lot of families. And with that comes can we offer different languages, just not German or Chinese or, French or Spanish, just different languages? Well, that comes training and materials. And currently who oversees this department is our secondary language arts coordinator, Nikki Thibodeau, and she also not only oversees ELA, or secondary language arts, she sees debate, she sees journalism, and she sees languages other than English. So we needed to get some help for our teachers, right? Some help for our teachers that had someone specifically to help them with those curriculum guides and pacing guides. And in this particular case, we do have an instructional coach that's helped us with that and align the right resources for the right languages for the teachers. Learning that second language, they need that PD. And so 100% of our participants participated and came to what we call content leadership and received that PD, which was great for us to offer to them. And with their constituents, right? Sometimes when I teach this language, I might just be the one teacher in Conroe ISD at this school that teaches that, and there's 6 of them in the district. We need to bring them together to be able to bond and build those resources. 90% of them felt confident about what we're giving them, and they expressed that they're going to implement those strategies we've given. So that is an update on the professional learning component of effective instruction. So here is our DIP timeline throughout the year, and this has been something that was presented to you the last couple of months. We come to you again. So like Mrs. Garza said to you, we've given you the last update for the 2024-2025 update. So where are we now? So this past week, we met with the district learning, district level there's a lot of acronyms. The District Level Planning Committee. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I hear her coaching me back there. And we had to get feedback on Goal 1. Goal 1 is the whole student academic component, right? It's a long goal. And we had to get ready for that goal. And with that, we had to wait to receive the results, right? And those results were here in June, and we were able to get feedback from that committee. They were amazing, gave us great ideas. Then that feedback goes to the departments, and we submit to the district level team for approval. And then in September, we're going to submit the final draft to you to district level and to submit approval to the board. So this year was our first time coming to you with our district improvement plan goals, and we're going to change things up a little bit, right? Just meaning that we have a timeline where it almost looks like one goal that it comes at a time, because we've kind of said, Goal 1, these performance objectives, goal so on and so forth. So we're going to look at it a little bit differently, and this is our timeline as of now and how we will come to you for the next school year. Thank you very much.
I have a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So the STAR preliminary results, is that when we're also going to release the accountability ratings for the year? Or when is that official?
I am going to ask Dr. Taylor. Thank you.
Yes, our plan for the August meeting is to release the STAR preliminary scores to you. TEA has stated that they will release the accountability scores on August 15th. So we should have that ready for you for the August meeting so that you could also receive the preliminary, which we still call it preliminary, but it will be final once we get our letter grades, and our letter grades on the same day. Granted, the TEA keeps that deadline in place. We will be prepared to present that in August. Okay?
Fabulous. And then, Tamika, sorry, just real quick, did you send me the updated performance objectives for the DIP?
Those are in the DIP, so you have access to those. You received the ones that you had commented on prior to May 19th, and they are updated in the DIP. So you will see them in the DIP, and we can kind of talk through those pieces.
I just want to look at it before we go too far into it.
Oh, yes, yeah, they're ready.
Okay.
Get in there, okay.
Thank you.
Is that it? Thank you all very much. Great job, ladies. All right, so moving on to agenda item 6B, consider and approve zones for Timber Mill High School, Janine Fowler Intermediate School, and Lynn Cartwright Junior High School. And those are the first times we're actually using those names in a board meeting other than when we name the schools. So I know those families are pretty excited. So, Mr. McCord, are you ready on that one?
So President Odenwiller, members of the board, and Dr. Landry, I'm here tonight on behalf of the District Attendance Boundary Committee. It's a big night for the committee. Now, thank you for giving me some time. Before I go too far down the road here, I want to throw a special thanks, a shout out to a group of people that have worked on this for 2 years to give the information and data that was needed to our attendance boundary committee so that they could make the best recommendation to you so we could be in the best place possible going forward. And those people are Regina Woody Crane, Cindy Smith, Steve Muir, and a large part of that time to Dr. Mark Merle, that we have spent much of each day working on this so that when I stood before you tonight, I could look you in the eye, we had a great plan. So I really thank them. I thank our attendance boundary committee that signed up. I'm not sure they knew what they were signing up for, but they signed up to be selected randomly, and they were, and they've given a lot of their time, a lot of parents, a lot of great feedback. And as we've gone through, really have helped move us along the way to making good recommendations for you. So special thanks to them. We're not done. As part of Bond 2023, we still have Grand Oaks High School. We still have Grand Oaks Junior High to zone, along with Arnold Elementary School. So our plans are tentatively to begin zoning those in the fall of this year. So special thanks. I think it's a good time to make a shout out and thanks to the voters, the parents, the patrons, and to you especially as the Board of Trustees. If you approve these recommendations tonight, it is worthy of note that in 2023, we had 39 campuses that were over capacity, along with a myriad of other campuses that were right at capacity. If you approve this tonight, these 3 recommendations that I am seeking on behalf of the Attendance Boundary Committee, what will happen will be, combined with efforts at McCullough, Haley, and Ford to add seats, we will go from 39 campuses over capacity to 11 campuses over capacity. And that is still with the Grand Oaks Junior High and Arnold Elementary to come to help provide additional relief. So thanks to everyone that has helped make that a possibility. Specifically, I'm here tonight to ask on behalf of the committee for you to approve our recommendations for the initial attendance boundary for Timber Mill High School, Cartwright Junior High, and Fowler Intermediate School. If you look here, here is how we got here. This is will be my 3rd presentation on this topic to you. We had 4 presentations to the community. We had a really detailed website, which you may have visited, which I've referenced often, and I will reference for one last time, hopefully here in just a few minutes. Our presentations have been immortalized for perpetuity online at YouTube. If people want to watch those, I will tell you that as we've gone through this, it has been one of, I think, our best processes ever, and a lot of that goes to the feedback of the community, and a lot of that goes to the feedback that and help of our committee. So going forward, if you are in the studio audience or you're watching at home and you have not seen an update on this in the past, I want to make a special note that one of the driving tenets that the committee worked through was the rezoning of the elementary school known as Bartlett in August of 2024. And if you look at the very top, you can see before Bartlett on the left and after Bartlett on the right. Bartlett is denoted by that brown earth tone, large swath of geography on the north central part of the right side graphic. But what was really important for that is that Bartlett was zoned, which was the principal reason for having that, PRI-NCI-PLE, the principal reason. But what came out of that is that it resulted in the getting under capacity and in a good place 6 different campuses that were way over capacity, but in Caney Creek and in Conroe. And the 7th, Creighton, went from 152% of capacity to right at capacity and saw dramatic relief. So it was a really big deal. So as we've gone through this process, we've worked to try to use these lines and this philosophy to be congruent with what we provided as a scenario for you for recommendation for the intermediate, junior high, and high school, which brings us to why we are really here tonight. And first off, Timber Mill High School, 3,800 students, North Loop 336 East, really close, within seeing visible distance of Patterson, Stockton, and Bosman. 3,800 students, 9 through 12, slated to open in August of 2027. Lynn Cartwright Junior High School, also on FM 1314, just north of Crichton and Creighton Road. And so 1,600 students. That will open in 2027 at the same time as Timber Mill. And then lastly, Janine Fowler Intermediate, opening 1 year in advance. It's on the same contiguous piece of property as the junior high, and the intermediate school is located on the south side of that property. And it's scheduled to open in a not too far distant future of August 2026. So I talk about every time the school, the website, the zoning website. And as I said last time, it's not to get clicks. It's just because I want you to know that everything that is there for the patrons, parents, students, the community to look at is there, from frequently asked questions, but also feedback. And you received all the feedback that we received along the way. I thought it was helpful. We received the feedback from the people directly as they submitted it. Special thanks to our communications team and Russ, who was a standout in making it work. One thing I'll say, our committee added comments on the comments to help maybe give you some granularity of what they were thinking and what we were thinking. So special shout out to, really all three scenarios are partially born from feedback that we received from this website, including a scenario that was submitted, which then leads me to discuss this. And this gets down to the meat and potatoes of, I believe, one of the biggest things to happen in Conroe ISD in a long time, and that is the establishment of Timber Mill High School zone. If you look on the left, you can see in that yellow Vegas gold is their color type, Conroe High on the left, and Caney Creek on the right in that pinkish red. Let's just imagine that's red. And then if you look on the right side, you'll see the Timber Mill zone, which we represented in gray. So you see Timber Mill represented in gray. We talked about the last time I was here as part of our website. We had consistent comments that this area here on the far northeast plain of our district that borders on Cleveland, their desire was to stay with Caney Creek and Moorhead and Veterans Memorial. And every time someone gives us a suggestion on our zoning website, we can't always accommodate it. We always look at it seriously and we try. But in this particular case, it was a comment that helped the numbers, it helped the travel time, it helped buses, and what they would continue to do is what they've done for decades is travel down, you can barely see, it's really faint here, travel down Daw Collins Road. It goes through Splendora, it intersects with FM 2090, and it takes you due west to Grangerland. So it's actually about 12 or 13 minutes faster, so it worked out well. We tried to do everything we can on the lines of demarcation to maintain consistency right here where there always has to be a line. There's a line between every state, every country, and every attendance zone. There has to be by definition. So we try to do this, and what we got right here, and I think when you look at this, these are numbers that exceeded my wildest expectations of what we would have when we started. But if you look at this, I think the first thing that pops into people's minds is when they look at this, they think about the relief at Conroe High. And last time I was here, I talked about it's one thing to be over capacity at an elementary school. It's a problem. When you're over capacity by a significant mark at a high school, it's really a problem because the bodies are really big. And so they just are, I've noticed. But with Conroe High, I think you think of Conroe High directly behind you and across the street. But what I would tell you, the big winner here also is the Conroe High School ninth grade campus. Because remember, it was just as over capacity. No more electricity because we had to build a wing due to growth. Also, no more room for portables. And we built a nice tennis court for our people over there, which we're happy about, and I know you are too. So this gives us numbers that will work for the foreseeable future for a while for Conroe. Caney Creek, you look at the numbers, are really solid. Remember Caney Creek, and some of you were out with us today at the pallet party for Campbell Elementary for instructional materials, but Caney Creek is about to explode in size. You have Evergreen, where we were today, where they're throwing up houses rapidly. Mavera, Artavia, which is going to be enormous, and they just opening up another section in Artavia, along with all the other growth that's coming in the eastern portion of our county. So Caney Creek, this buys a minute for Caney Creek to catch its breath, but it's really good. But remember also with Caney Creek, you also have help coming in the form of the ninth grade campus on 1485, just north of 242. And then Timber Mill High School, our aim with Timber Mill High School or any new growth would be to start at around 75%. We're real close to the target at 72%. Timber Mill would open around 2730. So the numbers really worked out well for all those. If you look at
Mr. McCord, sorry, just when you mentioned, can you go back one more slide? You mentioned in that the right hand, the little red portion up there.
Right here? Yes.
No, yeah, that one. So how long on average does it take folks to get to Caney Creek from up there?
When I've driven it, when I've Googled it, it is about 14, 15, 16 minutes to get to Timber Mill. during rush hour is around 27, 28 minutes. Now, in full disclosure, presumably, the construction on 105 will be done one day. Presumably. But it is considerably closer. It helps the numbers. It's where they desired to go. So it was a triple win. So that's why the boundary committee recommended this one. And as you'll see, as we go forward, we tried to keep it congruent with the junior high model and the intermediate model for consistency. Because we're trying to keep the kids together best we can. We really are. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you.
So going to capital B.1, and that's how we keep them separated in our minds. Capital B.1 for Cartwright Junior High. You can look on the left, you see left to right, yellow, Pete, Stockton in blue, and Moorhead in pink. On the right, you see the same three great schools along with Cartwright Junior High. Cartwright Junior High is denoted on FM 1314 by this little black star right here. We try to do the best we can to make it align with the high school model and make sure the numbers were sufficient to use the building effectively and that they could have quality programs. And to the best of our ability, and I always say this, people that live close to the school, that eat, sleep, and play close to the school can, to the maximum extent possible, go to that campus. So we're excited. This is what you would get. It would bring relief to all the campuses that need it. I said last time, we are in a pretty good place at the intermediate, junior high, and high school level, north of 242 and east of 45 for the next few foreseeable years. A much, much better place with your help than we were just 2 years ago. So if you look at this, the numbers here, we know that the maximum growth is going to come from 45 east. Although there can be growth in the Pete area, we're seeing growth around Giesinger. The vast growth is going to be east. So as the district recommended these numbers, they tried to do it in a way that will maximize this. And I thought about this when I was coming down. I don't know if it's really the best analogy, but I'm a little older. You can't tell, but I am. And Kansas, they had a part of Dust in the Wind that said nothing lasts forever but the earth and sky. I don't know if that's true, but I can tell you that attendance boundary zones, they don't last forever. What we try to do is try to put them together based on the data we have, that they last as long as possible, and that it maximizes the time that families and students can stay at a school, and it's fiscally responsible in its use of our buildings. So that's why we took 2 years and 6 months of the attendance boundary to come up with these numbers, which put everybody in a really good place. And generally speaking, green is really good, so we were excited about that. Which then brings us to the intermediate school known as Fowler Intermediate, lowercase b.1. That's how we keep them separate. And you look at the recommendation, you see some similarities. I would draw your attention to the graphic on the left, and right here you see Bosman Intermediate in blue. Bosman Intermediate is the triage help that we need right now. Bosman is considerably over capacity, but it's even more complicated than that because it's on this, and this is a good concept, but it's on the same contiguous property as Patterson and Stockton. So traffic on Beach Airport Road is a lot. So getting help to Bosman is going to do a lot more than just provide help to Bosman. It's going to provide indirect help to Patterson and also Stockton, and then ultimately to Timber Mill High School, depending on how we go. So you say how we got here. Well, if you look at Bosman right here in blue, this is a prescription to be over capacity. It's a big swath of geographic land running north and south. In the north, you have Cielo, Silverthorne, Pine Acre Trails. In the central, you have Cliffstone Hills. In the south, around the loop, you have Barton Creek Trail. You have Ladera Creek. You have McKenzie Creek. You have Barton Woods. You have all that growth in Bosman. So the recommendation we have here that you look on the right, you can see Fowler Intermediate in gray, takes all that into consideration to try to do the best we can to keep all these students in the southeast loop together to make it work with the high school recommendation and the junior high recommendation and give us numbers that will allow us for the maximum time possible take care of the growth that we're going to see throughout the region, which you're really going to see Bosman rise up. You're going to see Fowler rise up. Eventually, and although this is much to the west, Stewart is going to need to be a area of attention at some point. But the numbers are great. Green is good. Mm-hmm. And so if you look at it, the committee was really excited about us presenting this to you. And,
Mr. McCord?
yes.
Would you mind going back to the previous slide? In
Right.
purple there, I see on the right, the small purple to the...
At the bottom?
Yeah, at the bottom.
Campbell.
Right. So that's the 5th, 6th, that's the intermediate portion.
Correct, that's the
of
5-6
Campbell.
portion of Campbell, which is K-6.
That doesn't cross over into any of the Mavera development?
No,
Or
it just
Ardavia?
catches evergreen. And I'm really glad you brought that up,
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Duncan, because the next things on the horizon that are going to need our attention at the elementary school level are San Jacinto Elementary.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice school with nice people.
It's old.
But it's at capacity, and it has all of Mavera and Ardavia come to San Jacinto Elementary.
Right.
So before flying cars come around, we're going to have to address San Jacinto.
Well, do we have plans of a school in Ardavia? We have land, so obviously we have plans.
We have land in Ardavia, we have land in Mavera. Depending upon which way we wanted to go, it would require a bond issue to build a school in the future for that particular site.
For both of those sites?
Well, for whatever we want to do to relieve overcrowding at San Jacinto. I can see a world that we're relieving overcrowding at San Jacinto, even though if you look here and you go back in time to, where is it? Right here. If you look right here, this is Patterson. See, Patterson before Bartlett, we really helped Patterson out, which was way overcrowded. And then you see Patterson after Bartlett, and Bartlett took a huge swath of land from Patterson. But if you gave me truth serum, my concerns in the medium-term future are San Jacinto Elementary and Patterson Elementary, with a minor tip of the hat to Giesinger Elementary.
Yeah.
At some point, especially Patterson and San Jacinto, they're going to need help.
Well, it's safe to say Campbell didn't offer any relief to San Jacinto, barely, maybe 30 students, I think.
What it did, it mitigated all those kids that were going to come to Evergreen, that if we had not sent them to Campbell, all those kids would have gone
Right.
to San Jacinto. But San Jacinto did not have the wherewithal or capacity to take everybody. So we mitigated, but we're still going to have an answer, and we have a long-term strategic plan. We just don't have money.
Can you go back, I'm sorry, can you go back to that slide we were on?
Right here?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so the small purple area. So that is the only geographic area that Campbell is going to receive students from for the foreseeable future?
As of now, yes.
Because we've got, like you mentioned, we've got a lot of development out there. We have land in that development, but we don't have any more.
So remember too, Campbell, my predecessor, a fine American, he would say that Montgomery Creek Ranch was a rainmaker. So Campbell Elementary takes everybody that's coming from Evergreen, but also everybody from Montgomery Creek Ranch, which is enormous. So Campbell, although it's not maxed out, in fact, we're just installing all the equipment today, it will grow rapidly because it will continue to grow from Evergreen.
What are we starting, what's the starting capacity? What percentage? Did you say, I know you, it was on one of your
Campbell?
slides. Right, yeah, Campbell.
Memory serves is around 650 or 675 with a capacity of 950.
Okay.
Now, and what you may see is you'll see the same thing you'll see at Eisler and at Campbell. We're talking about Campbell. Sometimes a few kids will stay on transfer for 1 year, and then you'll get a big bump the next year, and plus all the growth. So Campbell will start out at a good place, but it will grow rapidly.
It's going to grow, yeah, rapidly.
And if you know, I know
concern.
Mrs. May and Mrs. Dawson, we're out there out there this morning. Y'all were with us at the installation. There's houses everywhere coming. RDV is adding a whole nother section. So there you go. I hope I answered the question. I
You
can't remember
did.
what the question was. But
Well, I just wanted to see it. I wanted to point that out,
Yes.
that geographically speaking is a very small area
right there.
with potential for the other developments. We do have
Correct.
land.
Yes, ma'am. And that doesn't even take into account other potential future developments. That's just what we know of right now.
That's what's going on right now.
So
Correct.
are you saying we would put a school either in Ardavia or in, what's the other development?
Mavera.
Are you saying it would be one or the other? We would.
Well, there's
both.
potential to put 2 schools there. There's that many people coming that we have land in place to build 2 new schools in that little triangular area. If we have to build a next school, we'll have to figure out where it would go. It'll be a moot point until we have a PASA study and then you would help us decide where it would go. It would go before a bond, voters would vote, and then we would start on it. But
And this plays into the San Jacinto overcrowding.
Absolutely.
Because that is, within the next couple of years, you're going to have an issue there.
before flying cars, we've got an issue at San Jacinto. We don't have that long.
Right.
So, but also, an ode to Patterson. Patterson, you saw in that previous picture, how big a geographic zone was that Patterson was. And we took a tremendous portion of Patterson and moved it to Bartlett. But Bartlett can't hold everybody because it's got Silverthorne, it has Cielo, it has Pine Acre Trails. So that is why you have to be so strategic and take so long and try to do your best you can before I stand before each of you. We do our best. It's not perfect.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Oh, you mentioned a PASA study. Are we going to get one of those done anytime soon? Or?
Normally, you would do a PASA study a year and a half out before you have a bond election. We have no PASA study put in place right now. The last time we had one, I want to say, and Mrs. Garza could probably chime in, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000. So it's not something you just call up on a whim. But our last one was in 2022. That PASA study is on our website under the demographics page. But as time goes by, just like it's harder to predict the future, the further the future's out, every day that goes by, that PASA study is going to become less accurate because it's further in the rearview mirror. But at some point, we will likely have, we had one in 2018, we had one in 2025, we probably had 5 or 6 or 7. They're all at our demographics page, and you can see the changing and the evolution of Conroe ISD on those PASA studies.
Yes, I think something like that could be really beneficial considering the growth and all the new neighborhoods coming in.
It will be a necessity before we do a bond issue. However, without even any demographic experience, anyone who drives down 242 can see, oh yeah, we're going to need a school. So I hope that helps. So,
Mr. McCord, I just wanted to say thank you for, first of all, your jokes are on point tonight, so thank you.
Thank you.
Second of all, thank you for your attention to detail, for your team, the committee, all the work that has gone into this. It's very well thought out. Sounds like it was a very smooth process, so just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you. That means a lot. I know it means a lot to the committee, but I would tell you, zoning a high school, that's as big a deal as it gets. And, you know, I think we're about to turn 134 as a district. I know our birthday's in July. It's on
We
Saturday.
just turned 133.
Did we?
133.
133. That's close. But it's a big deal. You know, everybody at once with the Conroe High. But then you have to keep building high schools as people come. And this may not be our last high school. Who knows? But Timber Mill High School, we're looking forward to it. And it's going up quickly, and it's on schedule.
Very good.
All right, do I have a motion to, is there any other discussion or questions? All right, do I have a motion to accept the ABC recommendation, approve the zone, as presented, the zones that are presented?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Dawson and May, and all those in favor? 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, the motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's safe to say, Mr. McCord, that's probably been one of your easiest to pass in a while. Agenda item 6, sorry, I'm just trying to keep it going. Agenda item 6, administration. C, consider and approve contract for, with communities in school. Dr. Taylor, is that going to be you this evening?
Members of the board, President Odenweller, and Dr. Landry. I am here for you to consider and approve the contracts with Communities in Schools. As a reminder, Communities in Schools is a dropout prevention program that serves at-risk students at 16 of our schools. So I am prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Well, I'll go ahead and start in case there's not any others anyway. I would like to request that the Communities in School contract be amended to explicitly state that the Communities in School will fully comply with all applicable Texas Education Code and local district policies. In addition, while the current contract does note that the parental consent is required for releasing student records to CIS, our current practice of embedding this in the student handbook as a blanket authorization for all third-party vendors is insufficient. In the past 2.5 years, I've been asking this question, and I have not encountered a single parent who understood that by signing the handbook in that section, they were authorizing organizations like CIS to access all the child's records. Many have said they would have declined if they had known. I'm not faulting the district at all in that regards. I'm just saying that I think we could do a better job of it, of maybe singling that out, is what I was getting at. Therefore, I'm requesting that our procedures be revised so that the student handbook requires specific informed consent for CIS. Parents must be able to review and individually select which types of records they are authorizing CIS to access. For example, if they are going to access their child's free and reduced lunch status, their academic records, their test scores, etc. This level of access should not be broader than what is available for teachers, counselors, and campus administrators. Parents must clearly understand what information they are consenting to share, and that consent must be explicit and granular. And I know that it's easy because there are some third-party vendors, and when we're just clicking that area or parents are authorizing or initialing in that area, I think that because of the way that they're at the beginning of the school and if they've got multiple kids, they're going through and just signing things. I think that to single out our third-party vendors when we're releasing data that not even all of our counselors or our teachers have access to, I think it would be in the best interest of our parents and our school district and our students to make it a little more delineated and separated out. And if we could get that done, that would be wonderful. So,
Can I ask, I'm looking at the contract here, is that an issue with the contract itself, or is that an issue where we, as Conroe ISD, we could just add like a consent form?
No, actually, that was I've worked with Dr. Taylor and Dr. Landry on this, and that is something that is more procedural and process related. In the contract, it does state that they will follow our process and stuff. I'm just asking that we take that next step in the process.
So
and
our
procedure.
process will change, not the contract?
Or if that's what we vote for.
Oh, I just wanted to
Yes.
make sure I understand.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Any other discussion?
Yes, I
would like
do.
to understand, oh, sorry. Is someone else?
Go
Ms.
ahead,
Nelson?
Trustee.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's me. Okay,
Go
hi.
ahead, Trustee Nelson.
Okay, thank you. And then my question kind of piggybacks on my last question is, which grant is used for the funding of communities and schools? I love the program. I think it does wonderful and amazing things, but I think there's a component of it that is some Title I funding. So just wanted to get some clarification on this funding as well.
It is
given
not.
the-
Communities and schools is funded out of our general budget. It does not receive any grant funding to support the program.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Is it in part funded by TEA as well?
Well, we pay a portion of the salary for a CIS site coordinator is what the worker is called. Okay. We pay a portion of their salary. Communities and schools pays the other portion of their salary.
Okay.
All right, do I have a motion?
I have a motion. I move to approve the contract with Communities and Schools, CIS, contingent upon the inclusion of language in the contract stating that CIS will fully comply with all applicable provisions of the Texas Education Code and all CISD local district policies. Additionally, our procedures will be revised so that parents will be fully informed of all records to be shared and services provided to their child by CIS, and that informed, explicit parental consent will be obtained prior to any access of sharing of student records.
Do I have a second?
Second. So I'm sorry, we are wanting to change the contract. Is that?
We're wanting to
Correct.
add that.
So I'm just, my concern.
Okay, hold on, let's get a second and then we'll come to discussion.
Okay,
Just to-
sorry.
That's
sorry.
okay.
Second.
Okay, now we can. I thought I heard the second, so that's why.
I'm concerned if we don't approve the contract today, I don't want our students to have a gap in services. So will there be a gap in services if we have to amend any parts of the contract?
Well, the process that needs to happen next is if we decide we wanted to amend anything in the contract, we would have to get it drafted, send it to communities and schools for their signature, and then move forward. I am not sure of the timeline and how long that will take. I know that Mrs. Odenweller has done a lot of great background work in looking at the contract. And so since we don't have our legal counsel, you have yours, that would be something that you could speak to them about to see how long that could take. But I would definitely try to make sure that that timeline is doable because we don't want to delay the process.
I would agree with that we don't want to delay because I know we have to have it in place by a certain point. But I think the real only change.
In place.
Sorry, I didn't.
Hold on one second, Trustee Nelson. I think the only main change needs to be that they agree to follow TEC and our local policies. And I mean, I can't imagine that they wouldn't. But I mean, that's the only, yeah, it needs to be explicit, sorry, yes, that needs to be explicitly stated. And I can't imagine that they would not want to do that. But if that's, I mean, I think if we were to reach out to them and see if they would have a problem, then it would be worth the investment in getting that drafted as language. Okay. But we could approve it today, that would be the language. And as long as we can get that done, it would go forward.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Trustee Nelson?
That's okay. I was just piggybacking off of what you said. What is that final date that we need to have this in place? Where are we at in the cycle?
Well, right now, we're waiting on board approval. And if we get approved tonight, we can certainly make the amendments that we need to make because we still need to send the contract back to CIS before it is final. If we wait until next month, then that pushes us back a month. So that would be our timeline.
I don't think it would take hardly any time to get the language for that one paragraph done. I just don't want to spend the money on it if they're not even amenable to that.
I am quite sure they are.
Okay,
and waiting.
then we can get it drafted ASAP like tomorrow if the board chooses to vote for this tonight.
Yeah, I understand that we would be delayed a month, but I'm just asking when do we need to get this in motion? What's our end-all date?
We talked about July the 31st, which is reasonable. If we could all agree on the language, I don't think it will take much just to amend that part in that contract. And that is doable, at least on my part, as long as you can get it drafted and reviewed by legal counsel to make sure it's written appropriately.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. Any other further discussion?
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all those in favor of approving it with this language change, please, and with the procedure or process changes, please show by the uplift of hands. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, the motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you so
And
much.
I want to thank you again because I know this has been something I've been working towards for 2 years now. And thank you for helping me get this done.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. All right, we're up to construction or planning and construction. I always say that backwards. I am so sorry. But we're Agenda 7, Planning and Construction. A, consider resolution adopting a prevailing wage rate for public works projects. And that now we're up to Mr. Foster.
All right, good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Landry. It is my pleasure to present for you in your consideration and adoption a resolution that would adopt a prevailing wage rate for Conroe ISD's projects. So it's something we do on a 3-year cycle. So Texas Government Code requires that we either adopt our own or default to the federal Davis-Bacon wage rate. Over our history, we've found that adopting our own through a survey of our region specifically in our sector of works yields a average cost savings on our labor rates because we can use local rates rather than a default national rate. So we've done that. We've worked with PBK. They've done our survey for the whole Gulf Coast region for all the school districts in the region for many years. They've done that again for us this year. Our rate we adopted in 22 expires essentially this month, so we're looking to adopt one for another 3 years. Over the course of the last 3 years, the actual survey results were relatively minor in their adjustments. On average, it was less than $1 an hour increase across all trades of what we adopted in the last cycle. So we're requesting you adopt this wage rate and execute that resolution so that we can include it in our bid packages from this point forward.
Any discussion?
You're saying that this round is less than $1 in
Yeah,
change?
it covers a number of trades, but on an average, the change, delta, trade to trade, was essentially about $1 an hour increase over a 3-year period. So it was relatively positive from my perspective, so.
I just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank
Correct.
you.
Any other discussion? Okay. Do I have a motion to accept as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor show by an uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the motion carries 7-0. I told you that was going to go well. All right, item B.
So item B is your consideration and approval of development cost-sharing memorandum with the City of Conroe, Montgomery County Municipal District Number 207 and Bradbury Development Limited. And it's specifically related to a lift station and a force main construction that would serve sanitary services for our junior high school, now Cartwright Junior High, and Fowler Intermediate on that 1314 site on the southeast loop of Conroe. So we saw this agreement back in March. The first time the city sent it to us, the terms have changed significantly. We thought it'd be a good idea to bring it back in front of you to get your approval again. We do anticipate continuing the negotiations here to make the best deal possible for the district. We have done the cost analysis on it. If we must comply with these terms, it is relatively reasonable to the size and shape of that campus with the number of students it will serve. So it's not a unreasonable ask. It's just a different term than we'd agreed to back in March. But this time we're requesting your approval to continue the negotiations and execute that document with the City of Conroe and the other parties.
Could you just give us an idea of what has changed since March?
So the last time we saw it in March, the city had a 21% share of the costs. Conroe ISD had a 4% share of the costs. The remainder picked up by the developer for the neighborhood that'll be on the west side of 1314. So the terms here, the city has a 0% cost share. Conroe ISD now has a 25% cost share, and the rest balanced by the developer. So that would be the major change in the terms. And we do have a meeting on the books for later this month to continue the conversations with them to find out what their reasoning was. But on their estimates, I mean, it's something that we could afford if we have to. We're just going to try to make the best deal possible for the district.
You said ours was 4%? Sorry.
It was 4.
It was
is now
4,
25.
now it's 25. Okay.
What was City of Conroe's starting?
21.
So they went from 21 to 0.
Correct.
And we went from 4 to 25.
Yes.
So we
Mr. Foster?
absorbed that.
Well, we haven't yet absorbed it, but if
That's their
it must,
intention.
yeah, correct.
Ms. Nelson?
Mr. Foster?
Trustee
Yes,
Nelson?
why are we signing an MOU if we're having a meeting with them to discuss this percentage?
So part of our approval request is to continue the negotiations and execute once we do reach the agreement. We're presenting this as a worst-case scenario, which
Okay.
financially we could absorb, and we're trying to make that better.
In other words, you're saying this could be our worst numbers, but you're wanting us to approve the worst case scenario so that when you get it better,
Correct.
then it's already ready to execute?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the city
Well,
benefit?
I don't have the MOU in front of me. Is that the language that's stated in the MOU?
By MOU, you mean memorandum?
Did you hear, she's saying she can't see the MOU
Correct.
in front of her. Is that this
Is that the
number
language
reflected in it?
that's used in there?
Correct. And so I'm not going to ask for Dr. Landry's signature tonight. But when we do reach our final agreement, then Dr. Landry would be able to execute it at that point.
It's
and
just
we move forward with the
unusual.
city.
Yeah, it's unusual when you have contract negotiations to write up the contract, but I hear what you're saying.
Correct. And for our construction processes, this is really not unusual to see the contract
Okay.
drafts. We do it for land purchases. We do it for many, many things as we go through.
As
In
long
fact,
as
all of
that's susceptible to change, I'm okay with it.
Very
Does the city benefit from these utilities being constructed in any way?
So the city is the utility provider in this. So the generally in any development, the developer or the MUD district or even us, when we're developing with MUDs or city, we would be investing in this type of infrastructure for somebody else to provide the service. That's a common item for us. So it's not out of line that way. It's just a different term than we had seen earlier in the spring. with some significance, so we wanted to bring it back in front of you before we move forward with the city again.
Okay, understood, thank you.
Is there a reason that we're not waiting to see what the final contract is before asking for our approval?
So we are, relatively speaking, backed into a corner. So for the scheduled opening of Fowler Intermediate in August of next year, this is roughly a year-long process of design, construction, and implementation. So without it, we would not necessarily have sanitary services for that campus. So we are in a kind of not in a great position to negotiate. We need to move forward, but this has been a long time. We've been working on this for about 3 years. And in that, we've seen turnover at City Council, we've seen turnover in the engineering departments. So each time there's turnover, you essentially start over. So hopefully this is our last start over so that we can continue and move forward.
So is this one of those scenarios where our only other option would be to 100% fund this?
And so the unfortunate part is back in the spring, when this agreement first came out of the city in our meetings back in February with them, there were some assurances I got from them before we asked for the approval to begin construction on Fowler Intermediate. So had those assurances not been given, we would have had the sanitary application to the state, the funding to build that plant in the construction contract. Because we got some assurances, we did not include those monies in that contract. So that permit application, the sanitary permit application, is about a 2-year-long process. So we're dependent upon the city and them upholding some form of this agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, do I have a motion to accept as presented?
Motion to accept.
All right, second?
Second.
May, thank you. In favor? Thank you. The vote carries 7-0. Item C.
All right, this next one is a new agreement with the city of Conroe, and this is actually the agreement that we've really been working for 3 years on. So it encompasses annexation of our site into the city so that we're an in-district city customer for sanitary and water services. This is also happens to be a development agreement because this is where the city needs us to construct, or at least participate in the construction of a gravity flow sewer line that will ultimately connect to the lift station that the previous agreement would, that we had already agreed to participate with as a part 2. So it's not real clean here. So again, we're presenting a worst case scenario, which Ms. Garza, Dr. Landry, and I did some real quick financial analysis, and we could support it if we have to. I do anticipate this getting better because some of the work the city needs us to do is already inherently embedded in our construction contracts. We have to build the sanitary lines to get the effluent somewhere, so we did plan for a portion of it. What the city needs us to participate in is making the line we're building or they're building, depending on the agreement and how it works out, a public line that will ultimately serve our needs as well as the neighborhood to the north and the neighborhood to the south. So the cost sharing here is anticipated with the city to be 50-50, which by their estimates is a significant sum of money. Some of it is already embedded in our construction contract. So if the city does it, there's money coming from our contractor that we won't spend with our contractor. If we can convince the city to let us do it and control the timeline, then the city would need to reimburse us. So that this agreement is not written to reimburse the district yet, it's written to reimburse the district to reimburse the city. But this is part of that meeting that we've got later this month to hammer out those details. So what we're asking for is the ability for Dr. Landry to execute those documents once we get the best deal possible with the city so we can move this process forward. It has the same timeline implications that the lift station does, because without these lines, we can't send the effluent where it needs to go, and without flushing toilets, it's very difficult to have an active school. So it is important.
I would agree. And Mr. Foster, what is the reason why we're seeing all this shift onto, oh, you're already pursing your lips. That's not good. You don't want to answer this. What is the reason why we're now having to incur, and then my second question is going to be, what is the total worst case scenario increase? Do you have that for me?
So I'm going to go back up to the previous agreement that we just talked about. The worst case scenario based on the estimates is our share being about $900,000, which for a sanitary lift station for effectively 3,500 students on that campus makes engineering and fiscal sense. So I'm not as concerned about the $900,000. The gravity sewer line on this agreement that we're talking about for approval now, their estimates could bring our portion up to $2.5 million. So it's a very large line, very public line that's got a lot of distance. Some of that distance is not between the property boundaries of Conroe ISD property. It is into the neighborhood to the north and beyond the neighborhood to the south. And part of what I want to talk about with the city is what are the district responsible for constructing, because that begins the benefit of our taxpayer and constituents need to be benefited from the construction, not city taxpayer and constituents benefiting from that process. So we've got to work out those details. But together, the two is $3.4 million total, which is slightly above what I had guesstimated when I was putting this together some number of years ago ahead of the 2023 bond election. So I'm off of my estimate by about 1.4 million.
That's what something in my mind was at 2.4, and then you're at 3.4 now. So.
Correct. I mean, so we're a little off, and that's where Dr. Landry and Ms. Garza and I did have a conversation and looked at our numbers. So if the worst case scenario happened, we can support it. But like I said, there's significant overlap with our current construction contract, which I know will make that $2.5 million less. We just need to get to the table with the city and work out those numbers.
You managed to skip my first part, is why. So is that part of the negotiation we don't want to address right now?
No, and it's really not, I mean, it's really born, when we started our our conversations with the city, but before we purchased this property, we had a different city council, a different city administration, and a different engineering department. So we had a good plan, we were on the capital plan, and since then, we have our local water crisis, we have some other things, the turnover of council, the turnover of administration, the turnover of engineering. So essentially, we started over again. So the good news is we now have all the agreements we've asked for. We just need to get the terms right so that we pay for what we're responsible for and the city pays for what they're responsible for.
Were these costs not known at the time? Because I understand there's been turnover on both sides. So were these discussions not had between both parties?
I mean,
potential costs?
There are always potential thumbnail costs. What I think the primary difference is the off-site work that is in this agreement, which I don't think we should be responsible for, which is why I need to be at the table and say, hey, why do I need to pay for the upgrade for Barton Woods, for example, or the upgrade south of Crichton Road?
And that wasn't addressed in early conversations?
No, those weren't. We had talked with the engineering department about flowing, there's actually a utility easement through the property we bought. So we know the plan was always to bring utilities through us. Now we're trying to effectuate the utility through us. And we would love to participate between our property boundaries and make that a public line. And that's what we had anticipated doing. We just need to keep it our responsibility between our property boundaries and the cities and their jurisdiction. Correct.
I knew back when we were talking about this March, you and I was like, I don't know what this is going to happen with this. I just didn't know, but I appreciate you staying on it and pushing, and I'm encouraging you to continue on that.
We absolutely will.
So I appreciate that.
So it is worth mentioning in this, and something that's been lost in these is some months ago, we did send a letter from behalf of Conroe ISD in support of the city in their pursuit of grant funding for these utilities.
Oh, good.
I don't know if they got that grant funding or it was denied. If it was denied, then that may be what has sparked some of this, but if it was approved, that should make these numbers better as well.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion? All right. Do I have a motion to accept as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Dawson and Horton, and in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, the motion carries 7-0. All right, D.
All right, so for the next item is a continuation and looking for your consideration to approve the guaranteed maximum price for two more of our gym addition projects. This would be for Bush Elementary and Powell Elementary. So while we're there doing the gym addition, we'll also take care of the critical infrastructure improvements, chillers, boilers, roofs, security, safety and security upgrades, like we do with all of our major renovations as we approach campuses. So our Board of Trustees back in March of 2025 selected Teal Construction to be our construction manager at risk. We paired them up with Stantec, our designer, who's together worked with us and our departments here in the building, and we've built some drawings, sent them out in the world, advertised them publicly, received our bids. And Teal prepared a guaranteed maximum price proposal of $25,025,279. And measuring against our overall project target budget of $27,014,881, we actually measured pretty well. So we are asking for your approval of this guaranteed maximum price.
Discussion or questions?
I have just a general question. I've
Sure.
noticed with quite a few of these now that the, what's it called? The the guaranteed maximum price is below what our budget is, which is fantastic. What do we do with that, with those savings, or where does that money, the extra balance go?
So it's really not extra balance, so to speak. So we do have design fees, we have third-party inspection fees, we have testing, balancing, we have construction materials testing, we have all sorts of studies and furniture and fixtures and equipment and all those other things that we still to buy within that overall project budget. Now,
Okay.
before I
So
bring
we will hit the 27 million.
or
in
very
total.
near it. I mean, so before I bring anything for approval with you all, Ms. Garza and I have conversations to look at the overall spend to make sure that we're not outside of our bounds. So if we are, then I'll ask her for help, which we do have an item in here I'll tell you about when we get there. This is not a project that we're asking for help upon. So it does fit within the targets that we set over when we put the bond up for the vote.
So those targets were set roughly 3 years ago?
Leading up to so we started the bond planning with the bond committee in February of 2023. So we had our snapshot dates way back then where we had ideas, then we scheduled all these projects and then agreed as a committee on a inflation rate to apply to them. So so far our inflation rate looks like it's holding. So we've been guessing right, basically is what that amounts to. Our estimates have been generally okay versus what the market's doing to us. So
Is
we're
this
feeling.
typical?
I mean, for us, it's been pretty typical. I'd love to say that I'm good at my, but I'm lucky is what it amounts to. So we're literally guessing years in advance, as Mr. McCord said. The further you get away from a target, the harder it is to establish an accurate goal. But we've so far been able to keep our goals and manage our budgets appropriately so that we haven't dug deep into contingencies or anything like that yet.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions? Do I have a motion to accept as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Duncan and Horton, okay, all in favor, show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The motion carries 7-0. Okay. E.
All right, so E is two more of our gym addition projects coming out of our 2023 bond referendum. These two are Giesinger and Reeves Elementary. And so like the other, in March of 2025, we selected and put in front of you for approval Anslow Bryant as our construction manager at risk. Together with Stantec and our other departments, they've put drawings together. We've advertised them, received bids. And Anslow Bryant brings us a proposal of $21,454,039. And it measures well against our construction targets as well as all the other things that we need to do to outfit these projects. Like the other two, Bush and Powell, we're doing critical infrastructure while we're at these campuses as well, along with our safety and security improvements while we're there. So the projects are listed, they've met our targets, and we're asking for approval of the guaranteed maximum price.
Any discussion or questions? Okay, I'll take a motion as
moved.
presented. Thank you.
Second.
All right, all in favor, show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, the motion carries 7-0. F.
All right, so this last item here is change orders, and this is where I did have to, Mr. Garza and I had to look hard at the numbers and make sure that we could fund this particular item. So coming out of Prop C are our ag facilities, which is a specific, all the funding for the ag facilities comes in Prop C, so all the money within Prop C is clear to fund these things. So we're in good shape financially relative to the overall project. So this is a change order to the existing contract with Brookstone Construction, who's already under construction on the Booty Road Ag Barn. I'm happy to report the Commissioners Court had our agenda item, which was holding up the permit on the North Ag Barn, hopefully today, so we should get our updates from them tomorrow. And then we'll be underway on the North Ag Barn here very shortly. And then the Robinson Road Ag Barn, which will ultimately serve Grand Oaks High School and Oak Ridge High School, with your approval, will go under construction in the very near future as well. So we can finish all three of these sites in 2026 and move these projects forward. So our change order is for $4,430,079, and they will develop the Robinson Road property so that we can adequately serve the two high schools that will be on that campus. It will bring the total contract with Brookstone to $15,484,590. And like I said, this is where Ms. Garza and I looked at the funding in Prop C, and it fits. It's a little bit outside my target, but it fits within Prop C. So we're requesting for your approval of this change order.
How much was in Prop C again?
For the ag barns, it was for this project was $17 million total, but that $17 million would also include the design services, which when we had to leave the Otwell facility, we had to start over some of these processes, and that makes up a little bit of the difference from my original target that we'd held for that piece of property. But overall, we're still within that funding.
Any other discussion? Okay, do I have a motion to accept as presented?
So moved.
Okay, will one of you be the second?
Second.
All right, May and Semler. All in favor, show by the uplift of hands. And the motion carries 7-0. All right,
No problem. Thank you.
thank you. No, we are powering through. Yes, I've been asked if we could take a quick break. So if we can, we'll be back at 8:15. Will that work, ladies? Yes. 8:15. The meeting is in recess. I know, but I was like, I wonder how. The time is 8:19 and the board is back in session. Agenda item 8, business finance. A, consider approval of the 2025-2026 employee compensation plan. And Ms. Garza, before we begin, there are 3 teams I want to thank. Basically 3 teams that I'd like to thank for their hard work in this process. You and your team and Dr. Landry, thank you for your patience, your efforts, and for truly listening to the concerns and priorities of this board that we shared with you. It meant a lot that you were working with us. I know Trustee Horton and I, and from what I've heard, many of the other trustees have been in communication with you all, asking for multiple scenarios to see how far we could stretch this budget, always with a focus on improving compensation for our employees, especially those in the classroom and our veteran teachers, while staying fiscally responsible. This board has said it many times, we want to show respect through compensation on behalf of all of us. Thank you for your flexibility and commitment in helping us move toward that goal. We know that you know this is our focus right now, and we're ready to keep digging into the numbers to do even more. And to our classroom teachers, we're not done. We're just getting started. Now, the moment that most of our district has been sitting by and waiting for, Ms. Garza, please, what have you come to us with today?
I feel like I need pom-poms
I
tonight,
know.
right? Well, good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Landry. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you this evening to ask for your recommendation to approve the compensation plan for the 25-26 school year. This moment marks a significant step forward in honoring the dedication, talent, and unwavering commitment of our educators and all staff across the district. I want to give a special thanks to Trustee Horton for your feedback and persistence with regard to our veteran teachers as we work through the various scenarios that we worked through over the last few weeks, and ultimately the one that we're going to bring you this evening. So first off, for our veteran teachers, the proposal includes a salary increase in accordance with House Bill 2, passed during the 89th legislative session. The new teacher retention allotment provides for a $2,500 raise for teachers with 3 to 4 years experience and a $5,000 raise for teachers with 5+ years of experience. In addition to the raise provided through the new teacher retention allotment, the district will also be providing an additional salary increase for veteran teachers as follows: an additional $300 for teachers with 5 to 9 years of experience, and an additional $500 for teachers with 10 or more years of experience. This equates to an average percentage increase for our veteran teachers with 5 or more years of experience of 8.2%. For our novice teachers, teachers with 1 to 2 years of experience will receive an increase of $2,100, and our starting teacher pay is recommended at $63,500. In addition, the following increases are recommended on the midpoint of the pay grade for non-teaching staff as follows: a 6% increase for employees in our auxiliary department, administrative support, and instructional pay groups, a 4% increase for our police department and our technology pay groups, and then finally a 3.5% increase for employees in the administrative education and administrative business pay groups. Compensation plan also includes for a proposed increase to the daily rate for substitute pay, $5 a day for our teachers, and then $10 a day for our substitute paraprofessionals. The total cost of the salary increases is estimated at $33.1 million, and this will bring us a balanced budget as we recommend this as part of the budget we'll bring you next month to adopt. I recommend your approval.
Do I have any questions or discussion?
I just wanted
go
to
ahead.
make a statement real quick. Just going back to HB2, I just want to emphasize that this is the largest single-year boost in Texas public education in history, $8.5 billion. Conroe got $41 million of that, and I really want to thank our state legislators, Senator Brandon Creighton, who was a sponsor and had a direct role in negotiating for this. So I'm so thankful for them for investing in our teachers. So.
I also I told you I had 3 teams that I wanted to thank, and it would be Ms. Paula Green and your HR team and the work you're doing to not only advise and help us, but the recruitment and the hiring and the staffing that we're going through, and also our payroll department, that in order to get all this done by the September rollout, they're not only onboarding new employees, but they're also doing their new pay structures and all the new benefits changes. And that's a lot to do in this short time. And we just really appreciate their work.
The work begins for them tomorrow, and our technology staff is pretty heavily involved in this as well, as you can imagine, with a district our size, so.
Thank you.
Right.
Well, I want to just personally say thank you. You've put in so many hours and over the weekend, just to make sure that we could pay our teachers what they deserve, and then all of our staff that work so hard. And I just am very appreciative of you. Thank you.
All right.
Can I just say something really quick? I also want to just reiterate what everybody said about thanking you. I want to be very specific about thank you for providing a bit extra for our veteran teachers. I heard from quite a few of them after our workshop. And I have to say that those emails that I received were, they did touch me, and they did definitely change my mind on a few things as well. And I want to thank you specifically also for the SPED allocations. I believe we're increasing by 95 positions, and our SPED department desperately needs that. So thank you for that as well. Thank you for the SPED stipend for our high needs teachers. And going forward, I just hope that we continue to focus on a couple of groups that that keep coming back to mind for me, which is our veteran teachers, our paras for special education, our in-school suspension teachers, our coaches that work year-round, like our cheer coaches, our golf coaches, and our transportation department. And I hope that we also just continue working next year to increase our TIA. I'm sure screen is here. There she is. When do we think we will be, what does the rollout of TIA look like as we move forward? Like in the coming year, for instance?
Well, you know that we're bringing in the changes that we're bringing in for the 25-26 school year. So each year, as we look at the data that we receive and how clean it is, we start to look again how we can bring in more groups. And I know that that has become even more important as the state as a whole has expanded that percent of teachers that they're looking to give compensation to. So our goal will be next time we get ready to look at data, how many more schools can we bring in? How many subject areas can we bring in so that we can have more and more teachers that are eligible to participate? Now, as Trustee Odenweller pointed out last month with bringing in of MAP, that assessment, that is going to help us tremendously, but the goal is how we can have data, it be clean, not skew, and we pass the validation test. So.
Okay.
And the other thing on that is important to note, that it's obvious that the legislature is going to continue to expand this TIA, and that they are considering that as part of their pay increases, because I've talked with them. And I keep telling them, but it's limited to who can get it and what campuses, and depending on your districts and so forth. So we're going to have to continue to work towards figuring this out so we can encompass and get more teachers that are going to be able to get this than just a few select and certain campuses. So thank you.
Definitely, and I think the largest group would be next, would be those that we struggle with the assessment that we can have that truly allows us to make measurements, and that's going to be in the areas of fine arts, CTE, and areas like that. So that's where our focuses will be as we look at how to expand.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then also, I just want to, I think we've talked about as a board an efficiency audit. And so that would be another way I would like for us to really drill down into finding more savings within our district, so that we can, again, funnel this back into compensation where it really matters. And I want to thank my fellow trustees. You guys, I know everybody worked really hard as well. And Ms. Garza, you took it all from us, so thank you.
Really good points, Trustee May. Thank you, Ms. Garza and team.
All right. That being said, do I have a motion to accept the compensation plan as presented?
So moved.
Second.
In favor? 7-0.
Thank you.
The motion carries.
Thank you on behalf of all the employees of the district. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I just want to add to Trustee May's point. I know the audit committee, we've talked about next steps for an efficiency audit, so I want people to know that is coming. We've spent a lot of time looking at revenue, but we need to holistically look at our spending to see where we can have more efficiency. So I just want people to know that that's coming. We're not quite at market, which I know, with the TASB presentation last month, we're getting there. But I hear the bus driver who was talking, Susan, we hear you, we're working on it. Be patient with us, but we're making progress, and thank you again.
And on that efficiency, it isn't that we don't think that we may be doing things well. It's just like trying to edit our own papers. It's always good to have another set of eyes on things. So,
and I think with a new superintendent coming in too, I think that will be a good way to collaborate with them. So,
all right, financial reports.
All right, well, good evening once again. It's my pleasure to present our financial statements as of June 30th. We are almost to the end of the fiscal year. We have July and August left, and then we will start our year-end closeout process. This is our balance sheet for the general fund, debt service, and child nutrition, and self-funded insurance. And then our income statement as of June 30th, total revenue in the general fund, $605.4 million, total expenditures of $496. Our 2023 bond referendum, as you can see in the far right column, all projects have begun with the exception of one. So projects are well underway. We have expended and encumbered $988.3 million. We've got $777.8 million remaining to sell. We will look at doing that third sale for the bond referendum this fall sometime, and we'll bring those parameter orders to you in the coming months to get ready for that sale. Self-funded insurance, June, rough month again, $4.5 million in revenues, $6 million in expenditures. We are at 9.83 deficit for the year, $7.8 million fund balance. So it is trending like we're going to be about 5, maybe 5.5 that we're going to need to bring over from the general fund. I did include that in the projections that I provided you during the budget process already. In terms of our fund balance analysis, so that has already been taken into account. July is going to be rough. We've got 5 weeks of claims that are settling, and it's been a very active month in terms of the plan already, and we've got 2 more weeks left to settle. So I'll bring that information to you next month in our update, and then we'll monitor it from there. Our investments as of June 30th, par value at $1.2 billion. Our combined portfolio is yielding 4.45, and then our benchmark is at 4.20. Thank you.
Any questions? All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 9, legal. FD and FM local, I believe that's Dr. Povich.
Good evening, President Odenweiler, members of the board, and Dr. Landry. As we talked before, the 89th legislature passed Senate Bill 401 that becomes effective this school year. Because CISD schools have large student enrollments that already limit the opportunities for enrolled students to participate in our UIL activities, administration recommends the board approve the recommended revisions to policies FD and FM prohibiting students not enrolled in CISD from participating in our UIL activities. Thank you for your consideration.
Do we have any questions or discussion? Oh, go ahead. No? Okay.
Yes, I'm struggling with this one. I know that I missed, during our last workshop, I missed the part at the end where you went over what the district was proposing about voting in favor of opting out of allowing homeschoolers to participate in UIL sports and activities. And since being elected to the board, this has been something that several parents have reached out to me personally. I know other board members have received emails. And seeing that the most recent, this isn't the only piece of legislation, the SB 401, but it is the most recent, passed through our legislature with a two-thirds majority in both the Senate and the House. Obviously, somebody went to Austin and rallied for their kids to be able to have this option. So I know that there's a loud group out there that is looking for this option, and I think we as a district owe it to our community to find out the unknowns, do a little more digging down and find out all the things that you did mention, all the great arguments. I've spoken with coaches in the district, and they are resounding that these are the challenges. Everybody knows the challenges that come with adding students from the outside to our programs. However, with that being said, I do think this is an area where we can do our part to make sure in the near future, I don't think this is going away. So I think that we have a community that's looking to us to figure it out. And I want to be more proactive as a community and as a district, as a board, to figure out how we address the problems that potentially come with allowing these students to participate in our sports. Because I think we're also missing out on a great opportunity for increasing competitiveness amongst the existing programs that we have. And I'm just torn about this because there are so many voices in our community that want this, and I think we're shortchanging our kids. I didn't hear a lot of talk. That was one disappointing thing. I didn't hear a lot of discussion about how it affects those kids. I do understand it affects the students that are already involved in our programs. I really want us as a district to be proactive and figure out the answers to the unknowns so that we can contribute to the solution so that we can make this happen.
Yeah, just as a reference point, I did look at last year, 24, 25, to compare, and that was obviously the opt-in, and there were 41 school districts across the state of Texas that participated, 4 charter school ISDs that participated in 1 charter school. So that you had a total of 46 entities across the state that opted in. So that kind of gives you and it's been pretty.
Is that out of 1,100?
That's out of the entire
1,200,
state
okay.
of Texas. And when I was looking for large 6A high schools that were participating. The only district I could find was Hutto ISD, home of the Hippos.
Yeah,
were the ones. So that's the only one I could find. Nobody in our area was opted in. It goes too much to, the discussion of there's a big belief on that these are our kids in our school that are participating. When I put that jersey on that has a school name on the front of it, I should be enrolled in that school. I'm representing that school. What are we saying to our other kids that are here every day when we have somebody else? That's part of it. I think that's a big part of it is the discussion. Just remind everyone it's not, and you mentioned this, it's not just athletics either. It's also our fine arts. It's our UIL academic. It could be our UIL theater one-act play, UIL robotics. It goes on all the different competitions there. And yes.
And I respect that.
Yeah.
That was a point that I had written.
Yeah.
Although I respect that, we are preparing them for real life where their competitiveness isn't always going to come with a jersey or an acronym or anything they've bought into. And so they are coming from the outside, but this is a way for them to participate in competition with their peers to improve their competitive nature and to teach skills that they don't often get through curriculum in a classroom or in a homeschool environment. So I want to be mindful of that because these are taxpayer children that could participate, and it does come with a dollar amount assigned to it to be, although it's not the full basic allotment, I get that we would get if they were enrolled in our classrooms. However, I just think as a district, these are areas where we could find the solutions instead of going along with the other 1,150 districts in the state. I'd like to be a part of that 50 plus that might be interested in, or that is interested in moving this forward, because there wouldn't be legislation in favor of this if there wasn't a loud group wanting this, and I know the numbers per district might not be major, because I would be interested in, and I will look into it, of those 46 districts, how many student participants they had from a non-enrolled perspective. I think you'd see those numbers grow if this was an option, or it might not be a huge number, but at least it would be an option for the kids that are missing out on this opportunity, so.
I just like to, oh, sorry, I'll let you go first.
And also, Trustee Nelson, we know you want to say something as well. We'll get to you in just a minute.
Is there just an estimate of how many students we could be expecting to enroll? Because didn't this bill read that if other area districts don't opt in, all of those kids can come here as well?
Yes, if we don't opt out and we permit homeschool non-enrolled students to participate, then yes. For those districts around us that opt out, if we are the nearest geographical school to those campuses that have opted out, they would be permitted to come to that CISD school.
And this isn't just for after-school programs, right? We would have students from all over coming and going.
Students are permitted, yes, they would be coming and going during the day to attend the classes that are associated with the UIL activity that they're participating in.
Does that present us with any security issues or anything like that?
Potentially, yes.
I just wanted to take a little bit of the opposite of what you said. I'm Trustee Dungan, and I do understand at those points. As a classroom teacher, it was always my goal and other teachers' goals to try to get students involved in UIL or in sports or in the school, because they're going to have a higher, performance in school because the coaches are looking at them, but not just that, because they feel connected to their school. My concern is that it could take a spot from one of those students, and we did have a speaker that said, we want to give homeschoolers this option. Well, for those students, this might be their only option. And we will see time and time again, academic outcomes are enhanced when students are involved in their schools.
Trustee Nelson?
Yes. I know you gave some numbers, Dr. Povich. I don't know if that was in previous years, but do we have any numbers for any neighboring districts if they've decided to do the opt-out as well?
I don't have numbers. We have conversations with our peers, but that's all we have.
Do we know when this vote needs to take place?
So the way Senate Bill 401 is set up, it's left to the league to determine a deadline, and the league is UIL, and normally UIL has had a deadline in the past for districts to opt in as of August 1st. This year, UIL has pushed it back to September 1st. So if there is no action, then by September 1st, we're automatically permitting non-enrolled students to participate in UIL. So everyone's got to make a decision, if they are going to make a decision, before September 1st for this year. And then for following school years, if you make a change, it'll be August 1st.
So could we potentially table this? I'd like to find out what other districts are doing so that we can be prepared for if other districts will be feeding into ours or not. Because in the end,
I don't know if we'll have all, depending on when all the other school districts do that. I wouldn't
these
know
folks are
when they're going to make a
taxpayers
decision.
just like everybody else. So I'm struggling with this too.
I want to say this, though. I get that, but I will also say we do now take taxpayers' money and put them now. We allow them with scholarships to go to homeschooling in private schools now. And the private schools do not allow homeschoolers to participate in their program under TAPS.
But that's new, and this has been
I know,
legislated for
but I'm
years
just,
now.
that was always the argument. The
I
money's
get the
one way,
arguments, yes.
but money's going the other way as well now.
And we'll see how that plays out as
Yes.
well.
Can I ask, if we did opt in, are we able to limit the number of homeschoolers that can?
No.
It says that it's dependent on local school.
I don't think the
district
numbers
policy.
would be so much
Not
that we
on
would
So
have
that's
to.
not accurate?
No. There is no provision to say a certain amount of homeschoolers. No.
So UIL's, their website is inaccurate?
So, no. So,
Okay.
Well, has UIL just not gotten that data
They've
published?
updated their website to talk
they've
all about
updated
SB
it,
401.
but there's something else in there as well. We're checking with Some of the other stuff that they put on there, I'm not so sure.
And that's one of
I
my
think everyone's
points, is
still
that
struggling
there's so much
with the
unknown
details.
that it's hard to have these conversations. Again, I really want us to be more proactive on this front. And there's so much changing in the world of education right now. But
Absolutely.
just like our special education students, parents have gone and fought for their child. And I feel like these parents are part of our community, at least immediately. They're part of our community, and they've gone and they've fought for this legislation. And this has been multiple years. Multiple sessions have addressed this very topic. And so it's not going away. I don't know what the future holds for, all the other recent changes that legislative decisions have changed, but it's something we need to know more about.
Don't homeschoolers have their own sports leagues?
Some do. I do.
They do, because when I
And can
worked at
public
Grand
schools
Oaks,
go to their leagues?
No.
Okay.
And we did compete against some homeschool programs, and we still do, and this doesn't affect that if a public school program is going to compete against a homeschool, in a non-district competition. So that does exist. Matter of fact, it's specific in that a student, and would be one of the regulations if we have homeschoolers participate, our directors and coaches have to ensure that student's not participating, for example, in volleyball at a public school and then turn around and participating in softball at the homeschool organization. You have to do one or the other. So that would be another thing that we would have to regulate and monitor.
Is there a way to ensure that the homeschool students are held to the same academic standards that our students are?
We are not permitted to. All you can simply do is ask the parent of the homeschooler, are they passing or failing?
That
And
seems
it's left to
really
the parents,
unfair to
and
our
we are not
students.
allowed to scrutinize in any way the academic
Is
performance.
that something UIL has to address on their front? That seems like a UIL issue.
That's previous legislature.
I was
that
told
came from the
that
state.
Homeschool and public, they have to submit their test scores every certain
For the
amount of
first
weeks.
6 weeks, they have to have a normed-based national exam that they have to submit and participate in the first 6 weeks. And you have to show that you're at the average or above average to participate in the first 6 weeks.
So it only applies for the first 6 weeks?
Correct. And then after that, when you do your credit checks, because now you would have grades like anybody else, so then the director or the coach would have to ask the parents, are they passing all their classes? And the parent would tell you yes or no.
So you're saying that's written in legislation, that's laid
Yeah.
out in the legislation? That's not a UIL?
That's not UIL.
Seems like it could create a lot of issues on a team if you have students being held to different standards to be able to participate in that team.
I think in addition to the grade standard, something that our schools often do is they, rank students, their scores on how many absences they have. So if they have, 3 or more absences, they go down a point, or I know that this happens with cheer, I believe in drill team as well. So I don't know how you would have that level of accountability as well. And the reason I think we do that is it helps our ADA. We want to make sure that students are in school to help boost our ADA, our average daily attendance. So I don't know how they would be held to those standards as well.
Again, there's a lot fewer answers than there are questions. However, I think our current environment has created a reason that these kids aren't in our classrooms. I don't know the solution to either getting them back in the classroom or pushing this forward, but I would like more answers. I would like to be a part of the solution if we possibly could. So I just look at it as an opportunity.
Do we have to opt out every year? Is this something we have to do every year? Or
That's what it looked like. It said that each year at the beginning, we have to opt out.
Each year, and and I'm not an attorney, but my interpretation was that if we had a policy, the policy's in place. But I have heard other people say every year we would have to come back and review it.
But we
I'm
could
not
change
sure
our mind
why.
if we wanted to,
We could.
right?
We
So,
certainly could.
I mean, we could always see how other districts are doing it this year and then maybe look to at best practices for next year.
But there's only 46 according to Dr. Povich.
Well, as of right now, but
Right.
with this
That
bill
was last
passing.
school year.
Okay, that was last year. And are we certain that no neighboring districts are going to opt in?
I can't say I'm certain
For
of
certain.
that.
Because I would
Have the
point
calls
out.
been made? Has someone checked on it?
We have checked through our athletic coordinators
Okay.
from other school districts, athletic directors.
I would just point that
Matter of
if there
fact,
is
some of
a,
them are asking for our wording that
if
we're
there's a
using.
benefit to opting in and they do receive just say a huge flux of talent that, affords them state championships, I would be interested in, not missing out on that opportunity either if we had that, if that was an outcome.
Have we had enough discussion? Do we have a motion?
A motion to accept the revisions to the board policy FD local and FM local student activities, declining to grant non-enrolled students the opportunity to participate in UIL activities.
Second.
You get that wording to Ms. Portia? Oh, it's the way it's worded there. Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, the vote carries 5-2. And
Sorry,
I also,
homeschoolers, I'm sorry.
yes, and actually, I really am eager to see if we could do as Trustee Duncan was just saying, that we look at what options over this next year. We've been able to, legislature kicked this down the road and decided
I was
to
going
give.
to say that. I
And they
said
decided
if
to
they
do
wanted
the
it,
local,
they could
let
have
local
passed-
decide
yes.
now.
They could have
but-
just said shall and left it there.
But they didn't. But that's okay too, because they're letting us decide. So I would like for us, as what Trustee Duncan has said, we should at least look into this and do some research and see how it could affect on it. So
I know Coach
enough
Ferris has
said.
been touched. Yeah, all right. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 9, legal, oops, I skipped one, sorry. I jumped right over B. There we go. Item 9B, legal, policy EMB, Trustee Dawson. Could you please give us the update on the policy after considering the previous trustee input and SB 12 now that it's signed into law?
Yes, and could you take one and pass it down? Okay, so real quick before I go into EMB, I just wanted to give a legislative update. So as you guys all know, it was a very busy session, the 89th session for education. There was over 120 bills on education that were passed, and there's many mandatory policy updates that are going to be coming soon, 35 to 40. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up. These are mandatory. A few include school safety, discipline, use of instructional materials, library books. I know people have mentioned that several times. Some we've already passed, like cell phones, and then some we're going to cover now. So EMB, this is our third reading, and I cleaned this up from previous month. All I did was I removed the sexually explicit content, mostly because we're going to be updating that with the next month with our legislative updates. And I want to make clear that the topics that are presented in EMB are state law. They have been state law for many years. There's a new one that I want to talk about as well, but this is not arbitrary topics. These are already state law. Okay, so with that, we've already gone through this, but I'll just kind of quickly go through. And so if you guys all have the policy in front of you. So the first section is on critical race theory, and as you will see, I put a comment on the side. This is taken directly from HB 3979 from the 87th session. There's also SB 3 from the 87th session, and again, this language is taken almost word for word from state law. On social emotional learning, we will continue teaching about the positive aspects of social emotional learning. SB 123 from the 87th session also goes into detail about what are the positive aspects, and that is included in this policy as well. And then if we move on to gender fluidity, I do want to discuss this because SB 12 was just passed from the 89th session that is prohibiting social transitioning. And if you read in the gender fluidity and pronoun usage section, basically what we're saying is a subject person is not to teach, instruct, train, or otherwise communicate to any individual or group topics regarding sexual orientation or gender identity. The district will also not promote, require, or encourage the use of pronoun identifiers for students, teachers, or any other persons in any manner that is inconsistent with the biological sex. And there are some exceptions to that with written consent from a parent. However,
I'm sorry, where does it say that part in the bill? Is that part in the bill?
Which part?
The written consent, the exception?
I'd have to look specifically at that, but this was already in there from the first two readings as well.
Yes, I understand. I'm just trying to make sure that we are in compliance with state law, because prohibited seems to indicate that there's no exception to being prohibited. I don't see it in the bill.
I'm pretty sure, I mean, we can go back and look at that, but I am pretty sure because of the huge push that they've put on parental rights, that would be a parent's right to choose. But I'm with you, I don't know exactly which law, but to me, as a district that is trying to support parental rights, if a parent is asking, it doesn't mean that the teacher must do it. It's just saying that.
It says they may comply.
They may
with
comply.
with the request.
The teacher may comply, but a parent has the right to say.
Does that kind of put our teachers in the line of fire for this? Because we're basically putting the decision on them on whether or not they'll comply.
Some teachers won't have a problem with it, and some teachers will not want to, and that's up to them if they want to make that choice. We're telling them they don't have to. Or they don't, or they have to, one or the other.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to end with the last paragraph. We also outline what will happen if a suspected violation occurs. So this is taken directly from SB 12, pretty much, almost word for word. A parent of a student enrolled in the district or a district employee may report to the Board of Trustees a suspected violation of this gender fluidity and/or pronoun usage policy. The board shall investigate any suspected violation and determine whether the violation occurred. If the board determines that a district employee has violated this policy, the board shall immediately report the violation to the commissioner. That's SB 12 words, not mine. And I just do want to clarify that the superintendent, his or her administration will be conducting that investigation. I do want to emphasize this point because I know some people are saying this is not happening in our district. I can assure you it is. There's parents that have reached out to us directly very recently, discovering that their children were going by another pronoun or a name unbeknownst to them, and no one from the school has told them about that. This is not acceptable. We're not really going to tolerate this anymore. So I just want to make that clear. Parents have the fundamental right to direct the upbringing of their children. So with that, are there
Trustee
questions?
Dawson. Trustee Dawson.
Go ahead, Trustee
Yes.
Nelson.
Hi, yes. You mentioned in SB 12 that I was confused because you said that it would be coming to the board to investigate, but then you said SB 12 said it was the board, but then later it was the superintendent. Can you provide some clarity on that?
So I've talked to the bill's author on the intent of this, and it was really more of the board is overseeing, right? They're the governance side of it, but it is not meant that the board itself will be doing the investigation.
Okay, and I don't
That's more on
have,
the management side of things.
yes, I don't have your bill in front of me, or the language in front of me. Can you just read that sentence?
The board shall investigate any suspected violation and determine whether the violation has occurred. If we want to add clarifying language, we can say.
Yeah, that sounds like that's going to be my responsibility to investigate and decide.
Again, this is taken directly from the bill.
Well, that's what I was
think
asking.
we could add, the board shall oversee an investigation conducted by the superintendent for any suspected violation. So I'm willing to add that in, just to clarify.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful for me.
Okay.
How about you, Dr. Landry?
Do you have that, can you repeat that again, please, for Ms. Spurlock down there?
Yeah, so do you have the policy in front of you? So in the second sentence of that paragraph, we would say, the board shall oversee an investigation conducted by the superintendent for any suspected violation and determine whether the violation occurred.
Okay.
And I can hand this to you if it's.
But because we're going to make a change on the policy, I think we need to agree to that change.
Does that mean that we would not be able to pass the bills?
Oh, no,
the
it's not,
policy?
it's not I don't believe so. It's not a substantial change.
Okay.
And all the trustees had an opportunity to weigh on that, and some did on that particular question.
Can you read it one more time, please?
The whole thing? Or just that sentence?
That sentence.
That sentence,
Yeah,
okay.
and then you make a motion that you want to amend the policy that's been presented for that, please.
Okay, so the board shall oversee an investigation conducted by the superintendent for any suspected violation and determine whether the violation occurred. So with that.
I move to accept the policy as written with the amended language that Trustee Dawson just stated.
I second that.
I have a clarifying question, though.
Okay, do I have any discussion?
Oh, thank you. Sorry. So once the investigation happens, then, I'm sorry, help me understand what happens after that? Who determines that
I think
the
the board
violation?
would ultimately have.
If the violation occur, sorry. You're asking what happens after, say if it's proven that the violation did occur?
Mhm. Well, then it says you would send it to the commissioner, right? That's what happens?
Yeah.
The teacher would be reported to the TEA commissioner?
I'm so sorry. Can you read it one more time?
It
I'm a
says the
visual
board, I think
person.
I understand what you're asking there. It still says the board would report the violation to the commissioner, so we've shifted the power back to the board in that concluding sentence.
And that's how the bill states it.
That would be
so I
because
would prefer to keep it.
the investigation
But I think that's what
would
she
happen.
was
Oh, sorry.
asking. I think that's what, is that correct, Trustee May? Is that what you were asking about?
Yes, it's just hard for me to put it all together because I can't look at it.
I think for clarification, if I may, the wording as stated with the oversee allows the board then to choose the manner of the investigation. So the board itself, as a governing body, would not engage in the investigation, but would assign it either to an outside counsel or the superintendent and administration to then work through the investigation with the results then coming back to the board for further action.
Based on the amended language.
Correct.
All right, so we have a motion.
That was my intent.
Pardon?
Thank you. That was what I was going with, Dr. Landry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Landry.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Are we good with the discussion on this?
I still have some concerns about
Okay.
the policy and the parent note. I think that we need to make sure that that is what our legislators position is? Because it seems, are we saying that our legislators believe parents have the right to socially transition their children?
We're not saying anything legally as far as that. We're just letting our policy speak for what our teachers and our employees have to do or
Well,
not do.
it seems that by requiring the note to socially transition the children, we're saying that our legislators are on board with that, because I've been told that that is in compliance with the law. Is that incorrect?
Are you talking about the shall and, or the may? So
No, I'm talking about the part where we have a parent note to change the pronouns and socially transition.
can you tell me where you see that?
Yeah.
It's in the last page of the bill, I mean, of the policy.
I'm looking at the policy.
So, let's see, it says, the district will not promote, require, or encourage the use of pronoun identifiers for students, teachers, or any persons in any manner that is inconsistent with the biological sex of the person as listed on their birth certificate or another government-issued record. However, to the extent a student, with the written consent of such student's parent or legal guardian has specifically in writing requested or directed the use of a specific pronoun for that particular student, a teacher or administrator interacting with the student may comply with such a request. So it seems that if the parent requests that we socially transition the student, we do that, and that's in line with our state law, is what I'm being told.
I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just stating that based on our policy that we have presented to us, personally, I'm not going to tell a teacher that they have to use a pronoun or whatever if it violates their beliefs or their thoughts or even what they're willing to do within that child, within their relationship with that child.
That's not the question.
It's not about telling a teacher that they may do that. It's about whether or not we're in compliance with the law, because the executive orders also from January 29th about social transitioning say that our federal funding could be pulled if we directly or indirectly support the social transition of a minor student. So I'm concerned that we're not in compliance with that
So
law.
are you asking that we remove that statement? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think if we're going to move forward with this, that statement should be removed, or we need to double check the intent of the legislation.
So you're not referring to, Trustee Simler, you're not referring to state law prohibiting a parent from transition, because isn't that illegal in the state of Texas for a parent to transition?
Yes, and I
their
believe
child?
that the lieutenant governors said some things about it as well.
My first concern would be that we're violating state law, and then that's a federal executive order.
Yes.
So let me just ask, are you asking to amend it that it says, however, to the extent a student, are you wanting to remove all of that language right there?
Yes.
I'm just asking so I know what
Yes.
you're wanting to amend.
Yes, and I
Could-
also foresee a lot of issues with collecting those notes, because they're going to have to go somewhere, somebody's going to have to monitor whether or not that's allowed to happen. It's going to end up being a lot of things teachers have to memorize, like who they can do that with, who they can. So I think that's a whole other layer of issues.
So you want to make an amendment to Trustee Nelson's motion to make another change to
Yes.
this policy?
Yes.
I would like to call the vote.
Okay, but she's asking to make an amendment, so we either have to get a second and then vote on that, and then we can move to the vote on the motion. We have to follow that procedure, so.
We could vote, but right now, as it states, I think this is in violation of state and federal.
So,
Trustee Dawson, didn't you
Yeah, there
run
are
this
two
through the board
amendments.
attorney?
Yes, our board attorney wrote.
Okay, it's been passed through the legal counsel. We're good.
I personally
I'm
am not
reading
comfortable
SB
voting.
12. It does not speak to this specific paragraph. So.
I think by including this paragraph, we're compromising the entire policy. If we did what Trustee Simler's suggesting and just strike that one paragraph.
By not having a policy in place, we're compromising students that
but
are
we're about
struggling.
to, if we get to the vote.
Yeah.
So my only question is, do I have a motion to amend Trustee Nelson's with new language to remove, however, to the extent of the student with the written consent of the parent, legal guardian, parent or legal, so on, as we've already stated. Do you want to make that motion, Trustee Semler?
Yes, so moved.
All right.
I'll second it.
All right. Any discussion regarding the removal of this being a problem?
Just for clarity, so my amendment is still up for vote in addition to trustee Semler's, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The only thing she's asking is for an amendment to remove that written permission allowance.
Got it.
All right. Any other further discussion on that? All right, let's vote. Do we support the removal of with the written consent of the student's parental, basically the parental right of the parent to ask that we consider using the pronoun? All in favor?
And my amendment, correct?
No, not yet, not yet.
Oh,
Yours has
okay.
already been motioned, just, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that motion to amend by removing that paragraph is 6-0, and that amendment passes. So now, trustee Nelson, that means your motion for the changing of the language before.
Point of order, but
Yes.
did you say 6-0? We have 7.
Oh, 6-1, I'm sorry.
Okay.
6-1, you're right, thank you, 6-1. I've been writing 0 all night and
Did you
forgotten.
did you take all opposed?
All opposed, I saw the one, sorry. Thank you. All right, so we
In case
now
she's
have your
abstaining.
motion on the table to make the change regarding that language at the beginning and the change for trustee Semler. Is there any other discussion? If not, I will call for a motion, I'll call for a vote on EMB. Okay, all those in favor of voting for, no? Yes, that was already done. We've just done the amendment, and now we're on this. Yes, I know, there's a lot going back and forth, but I actually have this part down now. So all those in favor of passing EMB with those 2 modifications and amendments, please show by the uplift of hands. 5, 6, 7. And now that motion to pass EMB carries 7-0. All right.
Thank you all for working with me on that. I know it's confusing, so.
We're now on to legal C for consider and take possible action regarding current contracts with vendors, providing certain services to the board such as policy updates, governance, advising, training, and the like that are subject to auto renewal. Trustee Semler, this is an item you requested on the agenda and one that is quite timely, and we are set to auto renew on some services, so please start us off with discussion.
Okay, sorry, I'm still getting organized. Just a second. It's loaded. Okay, so originally when I wrote this, I had written it for our T documents, and it comes up that TASB is also up for auto renewal. I had not planned to look at the HR services. I know all of those contracts were included in there. The agenda item isn't exactly as I had written it. I had written it to look at those T contracts because when we talked last time, we decided that the board should be able to go over those contracts prior to spending money on the contracts. And so since we're done with the trial period, I thought we need to do it before they auto renew. And since TASB is coming up too, we need to look at those contracts as well and decide which direction the board would like to go because we don't want to double pay for services. I do want to point out, we've been with TASB policy since 1976, and we've been with their HR services since 1990. So any changes to these things are going to be pretty significant for our district. I also wanted to point out that there are some ongoing legal issues between TASB and T regarding the policy and Policy Connect, specifically regarding their coding. TASB has is a registered copyright, has coding under a registered copyright. And so they are arguing that T should not be allowed to use that coding. My concern there is that if we have to change our coding and our organization of our policy manual for the first time since 1976, we're going to lose a significant amount of historical information. And so I think that needs to be considered as we go forward. Like, it might be very difficult for us to look at our previous board meetings and what policies applied to what motions, and then figure out what happened if we have to change our entire policy manual. So we would need to make sure that we keep some kind of historic reference.
I have a comment about that really quickly, Trustee Semler. I believe instead of A, B, C, D, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
So instead of our policies that start with A, B, C, D, E, F, TEE's policies would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is how
Ours
they
are
would.
not, the one that they've given us is not like that. It's it mirrors our current policy manual organization exactly. And then Southlake Carroll's does have a numeric system, but their titles and organization are the same. And TASB's copyright also extends to the titles and the organizational system.
But the courts have upheld the fact that they can't, on a numbering and lettering system such as that had to do with policies and things that were done as a paid service, that the districts now own those. They can't, TASB does not own those any longer. It is a standard
still
letter.
claiming the copyright. They say it's registered.
But the courts have upheld, and actually, Southlake Carroll chose to keep those and go that route on their lettering. But although I understand what you're saying, and I'm hearing your concerns on that, while I don't completely agree, I think they're a valid thing to consider. But
I also think it's a bit of an ethical question because TASB has a group of attorneys that have worked on this for 50 years, and then we've just taken it. And if they've copyrighted that, they've created this system of organization, it seems like taking it is not an ethical thing.
We've paid
for it.
We've paid several $100,000.
Yes and no. I mean, we've paid for our textbooks, but there's licensing to use the textbooks as they are, so.
Is there any other discussion regarding that? Okay, so in my opinion, I think that the best way for us to go forward on this is to break it out into segments, because there's many issues with, like you pointed out, HR and procurement and so forth. And in going into the planning for this meeting, Dr. Landry and I talked about this issue, and I know that several of you have mentioned this at the dais, the concern of making changes, dramatic changes to certain things. So I think it would be good for us to look at the services that are provided to us and break them down to, we have to do a membership with TASB if we're going to stick with HR or procurement or any of those things. And I think for stability and all the transitional changes that we have going on right now, I think that's important. I think it would be wise.
I agree.
My personal, and I'll ask you all for that, but I think that if we could look at continuing our membership at the cost of, I think the last I looked, it was $11,000, whatever that number is. I'm just saying that, $11,000 for our membership with TASB, plus whatever our procurement is, plus whatever, which I think is called by board, plus whatever the HR is, and insurances and all those things. Is there anything, Dr. Landry, that you wanted us to not possibly renew? Not counting, we're not looking at the Policy Connect or the policy services. We're only simply looking at all the other services with TASB.
Yeah, no, so we would be hard pressed if we were to change any of the other services other than the policy. We are well down the road and like you said, in transition in a lot of places. For us to switch services now would be a
What about the
quite a
auto
hardship.
renewal on board book?
So we have just, before there wasn't really another option for board book. We have just been presented with, I found out about another vendor. It's not connected, but it's called Diligent. It is a competitor of board book, and it's used by Humboldt ISD and Schulenburg and some of these others. And so I have had a demo. But it was a very brief demo, and it has some pros and some cons, and it would be one that you know, it's something to look at.
So should we not auto-renew that one this time so that you have a chance to do a demo, or do you want it included? I'm just asking so that
I would say
we
that
know
I
how to
don't
vote.
think we have to auto-renew. If we're gonna not continue services with any of TASB, we have to give them 30 days notice, which means August 1st. So anything we're not gonna auto-renew with them, I have to notify them by August 1st. I don't think there's enough time between now and August 1st for me to do a comprehensive, you know, dig into the diligent software to see if it is actually better than the board book that we're using. But the reviews are very good, and it does have some bells and whistles that board book does not, that I would like to explore in the future, though.
Dr. Landry, are we currently using board book at any capacity?
I'm using it right now.
Yep. we are.
Non-TASB members were not using board book.
I'm sorry, I'm still confused. We are using
We
it?
do currently use board book, yes. So all of our board meeting agendas and all of the backup paperwork is in board book.
So
That's how we do.
formatted through that program?
Correct.
Okay, I
Correct.
just want to understand at what capacity that's being utilized. And if that's the case, I'm personally fine keeping that subscription so we don't interrupt any ability on our end. We don't need that right now.
Right, and but I would recommend looking at, now
Sure.
that there is a viable competitor, I think it does bring some advantages that I haven't seen with board book that I would like to explore from an efficiency standpoint.
Yes, as a non-TASB member, and I don't utilize board book, I would like to also look into the other alternative or alternatives, whichever they may be as well.
Same.
When we're saying look into it, though, are we saying that throughout the next year?
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Correct.
In the
Yeah, we
near
would,
future.
because we would auto-renew board book for this next calendar year, and then through that period of time would give us an opportunity to really dig into the pros and cons of each software programs and decide which one is going to would work best for us.
And migrate away from it if we found a viable
Correct,
option.
correct, 'cause
What is
we-
the cost associated with simply board book? Does anyone
So
know?
the
offhand?
board book cost itself is about $2,500 for the premier program. The diligent, the base package is the exact same price. Now, you can upgrade that to, which have some other features that really make it, it kind of makes it stand apart. But those do come with additional costs that we could look at. But the base package is the same cost.
There's a price comparison sheet in the final copy of the board book that was sent out last night as well.
Okay, I just wanted a ballpark figure of what we're paying
And
annually.
in answer, Trustee Nelson and also Dr. Landry, in reading the termination, just on policy online, I'm not looking at because that's the one I got to quickly, which I would imagine they probably have the same type of termination. If I'm reading this correctly, sitting here right now, there's the possibility that if you choose going down the road, you can still, they'll do a pro rata on the 2,500.
For the board book.
For board book is what it sounds like, because, and like I said, I'm just quickly looking at it right here. Subscribers, they can, well, within the sole discretion of TASB, can choose to provide subscriber a pro rata refund of the subscription or allow them to run through the end of the term, so on and so forth. So there's the possibility, we can always look at that if that's something that you want to pursue.
I would like to explore it, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But
I would
so
too.
for right now, then it sounds like if we're going to do this, the only two we're looking to potentially look at switching tonight are policy, who's hosting and who's doing the service of support.
Correct.
Okay. Is everyone okay with us looking at it that way?
Yes, that was my initial intent.
Would then I would entertain a motion that we continue the TASB services with the exception of their policy online and their policy services for the auto renew at this time, and then we'll address the other two in a moment. Do I have a motion for
With the
this?
exception, then does that mean that we're not continuing them? Shouldn't we just say, like, continue the TASB membership?
That's what I was just saying, with the
Okay.
exception, we're going to separate these out and can do the two policy ones separate. So that's what I was saying. We're going to auto-renew everything at this point except for the two policy options, the hosting and the who's supporting. And we're going to still tonight discuss it. but I'm just trying to get the first part out of the way.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
Are you good with that? Do you get it all? Okay. And so then, do I have a second?
A second.
You're about to have to give up that pen. I think this one's going. Okay, and then, okay, do
I'll take a vote.
all those, do I have any discussion regarding that? Sorry. All right, all in favor, show by the uplift of hands. Trustee Nelson, okay, then
No.
that's 6. All those opposed? Are you clear on what the motion is? I know you've got a lag. I just want to make sure.
Yes, I'm clear. I would
Okay,
like to
I just wanted to make sure.
utilize CASB at all, so.
I understand that. I'm just trying to help get the staff through the next transition.
Yeah,
All right, so the motion carries 6-1. Did you get that, Ms. Spurlock? Okay, great, thank you. Now, moving to the next piece to be discussed, we're already going to pay for the TASB membership so that we get all the other things that we'll now pay in addition to that membership. And because of that, T has offered us the free membership for another year because they don't want us paying twice. And so it kind of offsets that 11,000 by the 23,4, whatever, I have to look at it, amount. So is there any discussion regarding continuing the free membership with T for one more year? All right, those in favor, please, someone make a motion, please.
Can you,
Yes.
the free membership that includes, can you state what that includes?
That's that membership. I have to look at the policy, hold on. I mean, the deal, hold on one second. This isn't policies, this is just the membership. And it's the free membership, which is $5,500, and they are waiving it, and I'm not exactly sure right here. Look, I'd have to look at this. Hold on, let me go
But
back
that-
further.
I'm just saying that's separate from, that's the initial free membership that we
Yes, that we agreed
opted
to
into.
before. Here we
and-
go.
And it does not include the policy services on.
That's
from T.
right,
Okay.
that's correct. So it's the member benefits, I had to go back to the contract, I apologize, but access to additional T services, which include a number of other things. There are trainings, there are several trainings and all those things that are online.
Okay,
that
I was
we've
just
had.
wanting to
Okay,
clarify
I
that
just
it was
wanted.
separate from the policy.
All right, so do I have a motion to continue the free membership with T, which gives us access to other options?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the free membership with T, show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed? The motion carries 6-1. Okay. The next item to consider will be again, back to like we just discussed, certain things with keeping them together with TASB. I feel that, I believe it would be most prudent for us that whomever we choose to do our hosting should also be our support so that they work together, and vice versa. Whoever we choose to be our service, our support, be our hoster. Does everyone understand that, what I was getting at there? Is everyone in favor of that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had a lag. Could you just repeat that really quickly?
Yes, ma'am. I was stating that I feel that we should keep the two things, whoever's hosting and whoever's giving us support services for policy, stay together because they work together, and I just think it's the wiser decision. So the
Yes.
those two services, I'm going to group together in a motion if you all would
Thank you.
please do. Or have you, whoever makes a motion, do it that way.
So is that, are we up for discussion yet? Or
Almost, just 1 second. So what we're going to do is do the two services together, and there's really only two providers to choose from, so we're still looking at T or TASB. So now, Ms. Horton, if you'd like to start us off with discussion.
Okay, so this would be eliminating TASB's policy.
That they would host it, or that they would be our reference who we would go to for help and for writing of policy help or for review or assistance.
What is the cost to keep TASB at the same time as T? Like the policy, just so that we have it
You have to pay
in a
separate-
transition.
You have to pay separate with TASB. We would have to pay an additional. There's no. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Okay.
Well, do we have that amount? I'm sorry.
Marion, I can tell you. So for policy services, over the last 3 years, it's gone up. It started at $22.50, went to $27.50, and is at $32.50. That's for the policy services. If we would also be paying for local updates, and those vary in range and price depending on how substantial the update is.
I think it should be noted that with TASB, Byboard does cover all of our costs there, and then some. So staying with TASB, Byboard does cover pretty much all of our membership costs with them. And legal.
Those are invoices that we had to pay. So I'm not sure.
She's just
how
saying that the difference in price that
Oh, okay.
is covered through
rebate,
Byboard.
right?
Yes,
Oh,
Ms. Duncan, Trustee
okay.
Duncan?
And we're keeping Byboard anyway.
Yes.
You're saying that through Byboard, using their TASB's Byboard product, that they throw in like free.
Well, we were reimbursed $71,840 through Byboard last year. And our total spent with TASB, not including our insurance, is $41,420. So we came out with $30,000 extra dollars, basically.
Because of our
Because of
use of
Byboard.
Byboard, right. Yeah, that's a whole nother discussion, but this doesn't, I mean, okay. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding what you were saying.
Okay, so what we just need to decide is which provider we want to move forward with. So does someone have a motion?
So I just want to clarify, like, so it wouldn't cost, so what she's saying is it wouldn't cost any extra if we use TASB's Byboard. We get to keep their policy and we just kind of run them both
No, we have to
simultaneously.
pay a fee for it.
Yeah, we
But
have
you
to
said
pay a
it
fee
comes
for-
out,
We have to pay a fee for like all of that, but we do get money from TASB from using Byboard, so it basically covers
So it
all of
becomes
our
a
other
wash?
expenses. Yeah. Well, actually, we make money.
It's
Trustee,
go ahead.
Trustee Sima, are you saying you want to use TASB policy services?
Yes, I think that would be wise going forward.
Okay. All right, so but back to your question, Trustee Horton, the one is separate from the other. I would encourage you to look at them as just that one entity and one entity, not the Byboard part. Because if we had chosen to consider possibly moving our procurement, we could have potentially seen the same type or more savings with another vendor. And I'm
I'm all free, for, just using free services. So if it's already going to be a wash, like, I don't know why we would get rid of it.
It
If-
isn't a wash.
But
We're
we're
still
choosing
paying for
Byboard though, right?
Byboard is a separate service, and Byboard
But by
is,
using it, we're basically getting money back, right?
And we still will be. We
still will be.
It's irrelevant, really.
It's not really a wash or anything, it's just,
We're not moving any other service comparable to Byboard. We're simply talking about taking away from TASB our policy services and moving
Or
them
not.
to T.
I would like to motion that we approve the renewal of existing contracts for T, Policy Services, and Policy Connect.
I second that.
okay. Okay, Dawson. And May. All right, any further discussion on that?
Yes, I think it's important that we steer away from taxpayer-funded lobbyist organizations.
And I also think that it's a wise idea for us to partner with people that don't actively lobby against things that we support. So
I think that's, our legislators did recommend T, so it just seems like that's kind of the pot calling the kettle black a little bit.
Okay, do we have any other discussion?
They don't take any taxpayer funded.
No, they don't. But
alerts
do
to
we
lobby.
have any, are we ready to vote?
I would add to that, if there were options, and there will be options to replace all TASB services in the near future, I would move in that direction. But here we are right now voting on this. I just want to say, yes, I agree with Trustee Nelson that I would move away from TASB completely.
But on this motion, we have a motion on the table to switch our policy hosting and our service provider regarding support on it, Policy Connect and Policy Services, to Texans for Excellence in Education. All
Do we have
those
a
in
second?
favor show by the uplift of hands. All opposed? The motion carries 5-2. And that brings us to closed session. And let me get there, I apologize, 1 second. Okay, the board will go into closed session pursuant to Section 551.129, which allows a governmental body to consult with its attorney in closed meeting by telephone conference call, video conference call, or communications over the internet, and Section 551.071, which allows for the private consultation with the board's attorney on any and all subjects or matters authorized by law. Any action, vote, or decision of the board with regard to any matters discussed in closed session will be made when the board returns to open session. The time is 9:35. Okay, the trustees are back in session. The time is 10:10, and there's no action to be taken from closed session. So I will now go to the next item on the agenda, which is to request any future board agenda items.
I have one. I would like to discuss and possibly take action on naming the virtual school next month with branding and a mascot.
Are you wanting them to come forward with the branding? at
Yes,
that
I
time?
would.
Okay, well, we need to, okay, yes, okay, we'll go from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Second.
Oh, we don't need a
Oh,
second. It's just
I
discussing.
But thank you anyway.
Discuss name, branding, etc. Okay. Mr. Renault's over there going, because that's more stuff on them. All right, and then the last item for the night is to have a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
All right, Dawson and Dungan. And the time is 10:11, and we are adjourned.